should we bring up or question whether they want minutes kept on that, or people can refer back to the.
So, great. We have split this into two, let me see, I got it. Into two meetings today. We have a short abbreviated monthly meeting this morning. And then at 10:30 a.m. we will begin a second meeting on Coffelt Farm only. So to begin this morning's meeting, we'll start with general public comments. And just to point out, this is general comments. We will have opportunities to comment on the draft agricultural policy and the Coffelt Farm discussion later on in the meetings. So if you wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I don't see anybody on video, so the way you would do that is down at the bottom, there's a button that says reactions and a place that you can raise your hand. And then once you're finished, please lower your hand and state your name, where you live, and we'll take it away. Are there any general public comments this morning? I don't see any. Okay, then let's move on to approving the November 19th meeting minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Significant corrections other than spelling and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Not that there are any, yeah. Go ahead. Yes, Doug.
I have two on page 4. In the middle of the section about the Glenwood Inn property, Doug asked about the potential donor for the possible purchase of the Youngren property. What I asked about really was whether or not the potential purchaser with the Youngren property was interested in contributing with regard to the Glenwood Inn property. So I think it would be probably a little better to put it in that Doug asked about whether the potential donor for the possible purchase of the Youngren property might also be interested in the Glenwood Inn property.
Okay, thank you.
The second correction had to do with, on the same page, when we were talking about the two Hauschka properties, the last sentence of that is inaccurate, or the last two sentences are inaccurate. Starting in the center, the Katy Mountain property has public access by a 3-corner lake, but driveway access from Katy Mountain Road. And then it goes on, and that whole section kind of confused the Prohaska property with the Katy Mountain property. So the correction that I would suggest is that the Katy Mountain, starting with the Katy Mountain property, has public access via 3-corner lake road. Excuse me, that is inaccurate. The Katy Mountain property has public access via Katy Mountain Road and also driveway access from Katy Mountain Road. Then I would strike the next sentence because that is inaccurate. And I would state that there may be access issues with regard to the driveway, but Doug S. is hopeful all parties can come to an amicable settlement. Does that make sense to everybody?
That makes sense. Everybody in agreement? Okay,
Yes.
are there any other corrections to the minutes? And I might add that Miles will be joining us at 10:30 today. Okay, with no other corrections to the minutes are approved. Are there any commissioner, chair or commissioner reports? Jim, did you? No, okay. Okay, no chair and commissioner reports. Then if we will go ahead and move on to the council update. Christine, there you are. You look
I'm
like
here.
you're not in a car.
I know that was going to be my great opener.
Oh, sorry.
I am finally, for the first time, probably in about 4 months, coming to you from my home on San Juan Island. Good morning. I am glad to be here, and I know that it's a tight schedule, long day, so I will be as brief as I can. As I reported last month, County Council declared a state of emergency after epic rain events that took place November 14th and 15th. Orcas Island was acutely impacted. So much to be said about appreciation and gratitude from my perspective, and I think council as a whole, for our county's public works department, who worked around the clock, private contractors who worked probably just as much, island residents, local businesses, and certainly the County Department of Emergency Management. It was a long few weeks for all of them. The biennial budget of the county was passed by ordinance on December 7th. It's the exclamation point on a very large and involved process with involvement from all the moving parts of the organization. And this year, new positions were created, but most notably, there was the addition of a statistical analyst in the assessor's office and a court facilitator for Superior Court. Tuesday, December 7th, council extended the current moratorium on vacation rentals in all UGA's hamlets and activity centers, while we await recommendations from the Planning Commission on the future of vacation rentals in San Juan County. Employee recognition and appreciation was this past Tuesday, December 14th. And council, along with a lot of help from department heads and electeds, held a brunch at the Grange. I mention this because it is an appropriate opportunity to point out that within the land bank, Charlie Banky is celebrating 5 years with the county.
Congratulations, Charlie.
Thanks, guys.
Good news, bad news, as always with the ferries. I don't have much to say except that I myself got online this morning and made reservations, and it actually happened. And just to address some questions that have arisen recently specific to the filling of vacancies on the Land Bank Commission, I would like to clarify a couple of important aspects. There has been a question about term limits as related to a specific position that was previously filled midterm, and it is the position of the San Juan County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and I quote, "The partial term or short term should not be treated as a term for purposes of the term limits. The individual has not yet served 2 full terms and thus can be appointed for an additional term." And I hope that that came across as clear as it is to me, that that position is able to be reappointed by the current commissioner. At this time, there are 3 firm applications for consideration. I do know that I've heard of one more as potential. If not already done so, the clerk of the council will forward the applications to the chair of the commission. And the council itself will definitely be very interested in recommendations from the commission for new appointments and or reappointments. I think that's it. I hope I stayed under my 5 minutes.
Perfect. A follow-up question to that. What is the application deadline? I know we're advertising through the end of December. Is the end of December
I do believe that is the answer. Yes, Sandy, but I will
Okay.
double check today with Ingrid. And if that is different, I will let you know.
Great, thank you.
You're
Annie,
welcome. Go ahead, Lincoln.
I was just going to say that I don't think there's an actual deadline, but since we would hope to have a full commission by the first meeting in January, it makes sense for the council to start considering, or commission council to start considering applications immediately after the first of the year. So it's kind of a de facto deadline. It's left open because we have had situations in the past where we just don't get applicants. And so closing it creates a lot of confusion when you're still looking for somebody.
Has not yet served. I just heard myself. Yes, and I just, just to add to that, first council meeting of the year is January 4th. And without any further ado, I wish you all happy holidays and enjoy any time that you get to spend with friends and family.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Christine. To you too.
Thank you. Okay, so not on the agenda, or it was a bullet point, but it's actually going to be a topic that we need to address. Piece of business is 2022 election of officers. And Miles and Brian were part of the nominating committee. So Brian, can you take it away?
Yes, the nominating committee has met and conferred, and we are proposing to nominate Sandy Friel for a second term as chair, David Myland as vice chair for next year, and as financial officer, Jim Skog.
Okay, thank you for that. So what we would begin, we would take votes from the commission now, is that correct? Yes. So I will abstain from the first vote to have me as chair for next year. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay. Another busy year. And then vice chair, the nomination is for David Myland. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. David is the vice. And finance officer, is that the name of the position? Finance officer would be Jim Skog. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. All right, then that is complete for next year. One other little piece of business is that Doug Strandberg is coming to the end of his long term that began in January 2010. So we're looking at 12 years of tireless service on the Land Bank Commission, offering his expertise in many matters, including real estate law. So before I'd like to ask if Doug has anything that he'd like to comment to us.
I do. Excuse me. It's been an absolute honor to work with all of you. Everybody that's been so dedicated. I wish that people in the county could really realize how much work goes into the Land Bank Commission. What a great group of people that we have, and what a wonderful staff that we have to work with at the Land Bank Commission. I was on another commission in Alaska, and I got to tell you that the work that everybody does here is just wonderful, and it's been an honor for me to serve on the commission. So I actually thank all of you for your work, and it's just I respect all of you, and I like all of you. So it's just been a really good 12 years. And it'll be good to have some new blood come in. That's one of the points of the term limits. I sometimes have disagreed with it for the Land Bank Commission, but I think that, it is time to bring somebody else in, and I'm sure that they will contribute in similar ways.
Thank you. And Doug wanted to extend an invite for you to continue to attend our monthly meetings, because your opinion is still very welcome. Does anyone else have something they'd like to? Oh, Lincoln.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to reassure Doug that he's still going to be on my speed dial. So
And I accept that.
it's been an incredible honor to work with you, Doug. Just the value that you've brought to the commission is impossible to overstate, honestly. We've been through a lot of things, a lot of transactions, some thorny issues, and just having your counsel has been absolutely invaluable. And, I'm sure go on and on and on for probably 10 minutes, frankly, but I'm not going to do that here since we've got another 7 hours ahead of us. However, we do have our little production that we're going to do right now, which is that we did get something for you. And I'm passing this to you, Doug. So, here you go.
Oh, I got it. Got it. Oh, wow. Thanks, Lincoln. That was a great pass. Wow. Whew.
And the box grew in the past. That's
Oh,
A lot,
really?
yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey. Okay. well,
No, you
let's-
guys just forgot Doug is just really that much smaller. You just haven't.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh.
Let's see what we got here.
okay.
Somebody really put it together. Tanya?
Yeah, Tanya.
Just a simple bow.
I'm working it. Ooh.
We've never done this via Zoom before.
All right. I think it's coming out. All right, Tanya, you did a great job on this.
You must have been the
I
kid
don't-
that carefully unwrapped things as a child. Presents came, we ripped it open in our house.
Well, my wife always accuses me of opening things rashly, but I think I got it. Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Hold it up.
There we go.
It's a
Oh,
picture
I get to see
of,
it for the first time. Oh, wow. Well, that's fantastic, guys. Thank you so much.
So that is Mount Grant.
Wow.
Well,
great.
Mount Grant holds a lot of memories for me. In many, many ways. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Doug.
you, Doug.
Aaron, did you just raise your hand?
No, I was clapping. It was
Oh.
clapping. reaction.
Okay. All right. And just also wanted to point out that we scheduled this marathon meeting just in your honor to be able to definitely get your valuable input on the Coffelt portion of the
And I look forward to
meeting.
that, actually.
Yes, great. Okay, well, we
Sam,
are, yes.
It looks like Brian's got his hand up.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, yes, Brian.
I just wanted to say real quickly that Doug was chair of the commission at the time that I joined. And I remember really clearly, although I don't remember a lot of things in past meetings, I remember that the first meeting that I attended with Doug as chair, he was really really the person who convinced me that it was worthwhile to apply and join the commission. And he's been a guiding light ever since. So thank you, Doug.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, any other wishes to comment? Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and move on to director's report. Lincoln.
All right, I will make this quick. We've got 3 acquisitions up in the air. Does not look like any of them are going to close by the end of the year. Not that surprising. For both of the Hauschka ones, we're working through these easement questions. One, in the Prohaska case, the easement to the adjoining parcel, where we've got a legal description, but we're waiting to see how the Opalco lines fit within that. So we'll get a proper legal and get that one through. And then up on Katy Mountain, we are still looking at the survey of the access easement there. So we're working through that. With regard to the Higgins property on Lopez, I did get a call from Larry Higgins, and he wanted to talk more about the idea of a caretaker possibility for some of the family members. So I agreed to hold off on closing to discuss that opportunity. It's not part of our purchase and sale agreement, but could be something that's beneficial to both the family and to us in trying to take care of that property. But we do have a lot of issues to work through if we're going to do that. Just looking at the house and systems and things and crafting a lease. So we'll be working on that, and hopefully we will wrap all of those up by the end of January. And that's it.
Any commissioner questions about those acquisitions?
I have a question about Higgins. So Lincoln, in the discussion about the caretaker position, you kind of quickly alluded to them. I'm wondering about what that means in terms of our obligation to now become responsible for bringing that building up to habitable condition. And then the question about whether or not this is kind of toying with the idea of a life estate, creating some kind of assumption that there's a life estate being created through this.
Yeah, there's no assumption of a life estate. What we talked about was basically a 2 to 3 year caretaker role there. And that was originally, the original idea was when we were talking with the Conservation Fund about them purchasing it, and they were going to work to resell to the Bureau of Land Management within that hopeful 3-year period, that it kind of made sense for them. It was something, though, that the family had asked about through the course of the negotiations, and we'd maintained that we were open to this idea. So no, it doesn't. It's not a life estate situation. You're right, though, that there are definitely details to work through in terms of the lease and the condition of the residence. So we're going to have to take a look at that. I seriously doubt we were going to be able to wrap up this question by the time we close. I don't think that's possible. I think it's going to take us a few months to really get through this, just to make sure that we've addressed life safety concerns and things like that. The good news is that the family members who are interested have been living in the house. I wasn't aware that they were interested in continuing, but they're familiar with it and familiar with all the systems, so that will help us a lot.
So Lincoln, about the lease, if this ends up being a situation where we close on the property and then a lease is negotiated afterwards, am I correct that anything longer than 2 years has a public process to go through for putting it out there for anyone to apply for the lease if it's longer than 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's going to be just under 2 years with the opportunity for renewal at that point. So we'll stop short of that 2-year mark. And in reality, what we're doing here is giving ourselves some breathing room, in that we know this property is going to be very attractive to people to want to get on once they realize it's in public ownership. And it is going to be a management challenge for us. So having someone out there who's familiar with the property, familiar with the structure, familiar with people trying to get on it from boats and other places, I think would be immensely helpful to us.
I completely agree. Just wondering about the process and if it needs to be incorporated into our purchase and sale agreement as a term, so that
Yeah,
there's
great.
no question afterwards.
That's a great point. We'll probably try and do that. So I'll keep you posted on it.
Okay. All right. So we are ahead of schedule, but I see that we have a few more members of the public who have joined. So I want to give them an opportunity for general public comments, not related to ag policy or the Coffelt farm discussion. Raise your hand if you would like to speak, and if so, please state your name. We have 2. I think Tracy Cottingham. And just unmute. Yeah.
I'll duck out of this photo here. So I want to give huge appreciation to Amanda for organizing our reindeer team of planting. And I don't know if it was 500 plants we planted or 300, but a big shout out to Eliza. To be planting in the deep of winter and the wind and it was a real highlight of this week. And our team had a great time, and thanks to all who helped make that happen. We can't wait for spring. Thank you.
Beautiful. Was that at Channel Preserve or where
Yeah, that's at Channel Preserve. And just to be planting things that have hope for the spring and for this beautiful place. It was a real highlight this week. And any more plants you want to grow for us, we're happy to plant. Thanks, Eliza, if she's on the call. And I'm really sorry I haven't been able to get over to the seed library. Not library, seed, Salish Seed Project. Is that what we call it? Salish Seeds Project. But hopefully you'll see me here one of these months. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tracy.
And for anyone who doesn't recognize, that's Nick on the right, famous Nick, Amanda next to him. I think I'm describing it in the right way when what you see it. I'm in the middle, Pam Weeks in the green puffy, and Ross McDonald on the left. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Steve Olvey from San Juan Island.
Hey, good morning to all of you. And I know you have a big day, but again, I wanted to bother you folks about some, what I would say are bigger picture views. A lot of people have talked for a number of years about getting more serious with the Land Conservation Bank about farmland and arable land. And so you have with Coffelt and your agricultural policy. And I won't comment on those, but these efforts of yours will bear sweet fruit. But it should be abundantly clear by now with our recent experiences out here as a remote county surrounded by water that we are very susceptible and vulnerable to disruption. Climate change is coming faster than anyone ever anticipated, and it is upon us. And I feel that the land bank mandate can be interpreted broadly, very broadly, I agree, to be a strengthening and a preservation of community well-being and resilience. And it breaks down into several categories as it does on your webpage. But I think when you take a look at the whole thing, it's really about resilience and well-being. So I would submit that some of the land bank acquisitions and some of the stewardship should start to begin to be directed toward more utilitarian kinds of needs that the community will have in the future. Land is, as you know, very expensive out here, very difficult to get. The county doesn't even have much land except for the success of the Land Conservation Bank to represent us, the residents of this community who agreed to the real estate excise tax, which was one of the smartest damn things I've ever heard about. And you folks have taken it to an incredible level. But I submit to you that we need to consider land bank lands in the future as things get more serious with disruption and difficulties with our odd situation out here with economics and such. We suffer greatly. I have learned since being here from Alaska in the last 14 years, we suffer greatly from nymphiosis. It's a very serious problem here. And I can tell you, and all of you I think know, that if you start to look at trying to establish a facility for indoor facility, even for commercial composting, or a glass grinding facility, which I submit we badly need, and also ties to our resilience, our ability to reuse and recycle and reduce costs with sending things off the island and the ferry system and everything else, keep it here, do it here. We're gonna have trouble with nymphiosis, with noise, with smell and everything else, even though they're minimized with high technology. And so I feel like you guys should be, if you feel you can legally do so, you should be looking at larger parcels that are near to the UGAs and that are large enough that there can be some leases or temporary uses or whatever for these types of facilities that will not be so susceptible to nymphiosis. And for a quick example, I think that solar arrays, we've all heard lately about this whole new burgeoning thing about agrivoltaics. And I think it can apply out here where you're mixing the two. We are very, very susceptible to food shortages out here, and there's nothing more important to a community than food security. So I think that our efforts to improve soil biology by having composted materials available here, including to use upon your lands to strengthen soil biotics and increase production, which in its own way reduces carbon and also increases food production. And I think that, again, we're going to have trouble with not having land for such things, except for the success of the land bank. You know, you folks have a lot of property that has woody debris on it. That's what we need. That's the other component we need. With what is estimated to be 30% of our garbage that goes off this island is estimated to be food waste. So we need something with that nitrogen to go with it in a larger composting operation. And I think you folks, again, could reduce fire threat and work toward biochar, the things you've been studying and doing, and make those things come together. I do think that this future is closer to us than many of us can know, and that folks that are living out here now will not have the opportunity to live the kinds of lives that we have and have had the opportunities that we have had. And I just feel like the land bank could even rise another notch in the stellar things that you've done by anticipating that kind of future to the degree you can, and trying to help this community a couple of decades down the road be a good place to continue to live and live through what is coming. So thank you very much for what you folks do. And you're some of the most inspirational ideas and inspirational people that I know out here. And it does my heart good to listen to you folks. So thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you, Steve, for that very important input. I'd like to suggest, as we get later in the meeting and talk about January retreat topics, that that would make a very good topic to discuss. Okay, let's take a short, I'm sorry, does any other commissioner, would they like to comment on Steve's thoughts? Okay, then let's take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we will take public comments for the draft agricultural policy. So we'll see you all. Let's come back at 9:15. We will be. Thanks for remembering the recording. We will begin by taking public comments related to the draft agricultural objectives and policy document that was released. So if a member of the public wishes to speak to that, please raise your hand. The way you do that is down at the bottom where it says reactions. Click on reactions, and there's a button to raise your hand. So we will go ahead and begin. Please raise your hand if you wish to make a public comment about this draft document. Okay, let's see. Okay, Kathy Morris.
Yeah. Hi, Sandy.
Hi.
So I have one question. At the last meeting, there was concern about the comment of the Agricultural Resource Committee, and I'm wondering if they made any comments and where we can find those, or suggestions to amend this policy.
Good question. We received notice this week from that committee that they have not yet been able to get their comments to us, and they aren't meeting until next week. We thought their meeting was this week. So they've had the document for a month, but unfortunately haven't been able to organize getting comments together. So we won't be receiving those until next week or later.
I guess my follow-up, can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Is how that will affect the second part of this day's meeting concerning the Coffelt Farm plan. Because I thought the agricultural policy was kind of another guiding principle for agricultural lands, which the Coffelt Farm is. So I was wondering how not having their comments will affect the second part of this meeting. That's my question.
Yeah. So I would say it's disappointing that we don't have their comments yet, because that was part of the point, was to get a strong foundation under us for policy for all agricultural lands of which that we hold. One thing I would say is that the members of that committee have had the same public opportunity to submit comments. So hopefully that we might have heard comments from them as individuals. It's hard to tell. Nobody has identified as that. And then the other thing I would say is that we have to move forward with this planning meeting on Coffelt regardless. And one thing to keep in mind is, although our general goals and objectives and policy are really important to establish, we also have Coffelt as being a completely unique holding from our other properties, and is going to take special consideration anyways. But I would say we have to move on and get through this discussion, and we'll do the best that we can. Also, Charlie maybe would like to speak to that. Charlie, he's part of, I believe you're on the agricultural resource.
Sure, I think you covered most of what I would say. Yeah, mix up with the third Tuesday when that fell. So unfortunately, it's next week and not this past Tuesday. Yeah, I agree. Everybody had their chance to submit something publicly. I think the ARC feedback is going to be super valuable, and we will fully acknowledge it and work it into the next draft. We had plenty of other feedback that will require thoughtful discussion and consideration. So we'll just work with what we got.
Okay, great. Other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand. This is about specifically the draft agricultural policy document. And I see Bruce Gregory has his hand raised. Go ahead, Bruce.
Good morning, Sandy, members of the commission and the rest of the public. I sent in about a 5-page response to your document, and really, instead of going through ad nauseum page by page, I think I would just open it up to any of the commissioners. I know, Sandy, you've read it. Charlie, you have too. For any questions relevant to that feedback, that would be easier for you and probably easier for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. If you're planning on you're going to stay through this portion of the meeting, then when the commission begins the discussion, we may want to reach out to you. For anyone who doesn't know, Bruce is what's your official title there at the San Juan Conservation District?
I'm the senior resource planner. I'm also a farmer here in San Juan Island.
Great, thank you. And Bruce also was a member of the CART committee, the Conservation Agricultural Resource Team, who worked on the Coffelt portion recommendations. So thank you for your in-depth written comments, and thank you for being a resource for us, and we may refer back to you today with questions. Let's see. Any other members of the public who wish to ask questions or make comments about, yes, Faith Van de Putte. Say
Van de
Putte. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Faith Van de Putte. I'm the coordinator of the Agricultural Resource Committee. And I just wanted to say a couple, it sounds like Charlie already, well, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you've done on this and commend you. And as you know, the ARC has recommended that this kind of guiding document be created for a while. So I just want to thank you so much for the hard work and thoughtfulness that you've put into this. And as Charlie already articulated, we had a little mix up in that the third Tuesday of the month is after the third Friday of the month. And so the ARC meeting where we're discussing this is next Tuesday. So we will be, presenting the official ARC comments, but I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you're doing on this, and just say how important it is for the ongoing agricultural viability in this county, the work that you do in preserving agricultural land and keeping it available for production. And as you know, with the development pressures, there's a lot of pressure on agricultural land in San Juan County and across the nation. It's a huge problem. And we are so lucky in this county to have the land bank doing what you're doing. And so I just want to put, kind of, I guess, emphasize the importance of agricultural activity going forth on these lands, and with the, in regards to conservation easements, the importance of them being written in a way where acknowledging the changing nature of agriculture and the changing needs of agricultural production, and having that be a top priority in writing conservation easements for agricultural lands to allow our agricultural economy to shift and change. And that's happening, and it will continue to happen in the face of climate change, in the face of different economic pressures in our county and in our country. And that can, be many things, but just to allow that window to stay open so that the conservation easement does not hamper our ability to shift and change as far as agricultural practices. So those are just a couple points. And again, thank you. And there will be some more comments that are coming, specifically from the ARC. And I'm sorry about the timing.
All right. Thank you, Faith, for being here. David.
Yeah, Faith, can you give some specifics there? I mean, the changing nature of agriculture and the.
Okay, so a specific. Here's one specific that's, so especially when we're thinking about land access, right? So for agriculture to continue, we need new farmers to have access to land. So with the land prices the way that they are, it's really difficult for a young person who has a passion for farming to get into this industry, which is, you know, especially in San Juan County with land prices where they are, and it's also often capital intensive, right? So we have that, but for farming to continue, we need succession to happen. And, you know, it's often in the, you know, a model of like, in a family farm, one of the kids inherits the farm and takes it on. And, you know, as we know, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes it does, and that's a win-win for everybody. But so with these economic pressures and so young people who are trying to come into farming, there's a lot of interest in different models like cooperative models or multiple people doing different operations on the same farm, which may need more housing than one. You know, the assumption of a farm is run by a single person or a single family, like that model is not the only model. And as we're trying to allow for more access and different, so there's a lot of interest in different models that may need more housing on the same amount of land for multiple operations being run by different people. That's one example. Another example is, well, like hoop houses and season extension. So there's a lot of possibility in this area for growing in the shoulder seasons, increased production in the winter, but that needs infrastructure like hoop houses or greenhouses. So those kinds of infrastructure changes. And so those are a couple examples.
Okay, so when you talk about our easements, and I guess you're saying there's flexibility needed, what are we doing that's constraining that? I mean, when you talk about housing, I'm imagining the permanent building that may be something that our mandate doesn't really lend itself to. Hoop houses and greenhouses, I don't know, those are maybe in a different category, but
and I think there has been, like, from the early conservation easements, which were much more, the emphasis was coming much more from a place of preserving the view shed. And I think you've already made a lot of changes in priority and how you're writing the easements. I guess just a recognition that some of the early easements that were made on agricultural properties have constraints written into them that make it really difficult for a farm to shift and change. Like, I know of instances where couldn't put solar panels on a shed because it was a historic, you know, shed, and that would, you know, those kinds of things where it's like, don't, you know, it's like farming, and, you know, it's like we are living and evolving and new practices come in. So it's like just being careful with like that, like encapsulating our thought of what agricultural activity is into a time and place. Does that make sense?
Well, what I'm hearing is that constraints on infrastructure and buildings are problematic.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the simplest.
Yeah, that would be a simple way to say that. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's kind of in keeping with how my wife's market garden has sprawled all over our property.
Right.
There are buildings and sheds and things everywhere.
Yeah, and that's what, in farming, there's, depending on what is being produced, there is often a lot of need for protecting things from the elements, whether it's animals, plants, equipment, or storage of crops. So there's often infrastructure needs.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Faith, and thank you, David, for the question. I don't see any other members of the public with their hands up for a question or comment. Is that correct? I'll do one last look, and then we need to get into the commission discussion. Okay. We will begin. The commissioners want to speak to changes or questions about the draft agricultural policy or in response to any public comments received, written comments received. Krista.
Why not? I'll go first. So I don't know how you want to do this exactly. I can go through as quickly as I can and just make my comments on different items on different pages, or you want me to just do that and then whatever resonates, someone can shoot me down?
So I would say that if it's small, if it's wording or something that's not consequential, that we don't discuss that, but that we discuss the meaty parts in terms of policy direction. So maybe it's not every page of little tweaks, but kind of the meat, the thrust of it.
Yeah, no, these are big. These aren't grammatical. I'm not your grammar person.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, I'll just start, and then if it resonates with somebody else, they can feel free to jump in. So I just want to acknowledge on the top of page 2, where there's a summary of the county conservation or comprehensive plan regarding agriculture. I appreciate having that quote in there where it talks about preservation of agricultural lands, agricultural viability, regenerative practices, etc. So I just want to acknowledge that. On the bottom of page 2, I have this question that comes, and it'll come up again later, but that bullet point, support pathways for affordable, equitable, and long-term access to farmland. I just have a curiosity as to what that actually looks like. It relates also to the JEDI work, but I'd like to kind of flesh that out a bit. We don't have to do it right at this second. On page 5, I appreciate and acknowledge all the points that should be considered in conservation values. In particular, I highlighted the craft farmland conservation easements, prioritizing agricultural values, viable operations, etc. I'm just kind of looking for things that support the steward management plan and the county's plan. So I see language in here that seems to be coordinating a number of those documents. In terms of a clarification on page 7, the top article is support and encourage land bank farmer leasees and adopting and implementing farm plans that model best practices. I kind of am interested in looking at stronger language there, maybe identifying and selecting farmer leasees who model best practices, supporting and encourage. There's some of those terms are quite vague and not quantifiable to me. So I guess that would be one point. I have a lot of check marks on a lot of things that I like about this document, the residential structure paragraph, etc. But under agricultural infrastructure objectives on page 9, there is a reference to adjusting the leasee's contribution leasee's rate based on contribution. I think we've been told we can't do that. If I'm wrong about that, that's fine, but I think we've been told we can't, so we should maybe take that out. There may be other ways we can adjust the rate, and that also appears again on page 10, agricultural leasing objectives. Under the bullet, mitigate unfair advantage, there in the last sentence, or the leasee's contribution to maintenance. I'm not sure that we can do that, but we could put in the leasee's contribution to community benefit, public access, something like that. And then on those, continuing in those same bullets on page 11, again, provide fair and equitable farmland lease opportunities. I just don't know what that looks like. And then on the second to the last bullet, where it talks about enforceable metrics, soil nutrient content, water quality, it's come up a couple times about the number of critters you can have on a piece of farmland, agricultural land, stocking rate or whatever. I'm just wondering if that should be also included as a metric. And I'm almost done. And then the page 12 under the equity, justice, diversity, JEDI statement. That statement doesn't really say anything to me. I don't, I know kind of what they're saying, but it just says we need to understand this, so we will educate ourselves more about it. And maybe that's all it needs to say, but it just seemed like a circular comment to me there. Otherwise, so those are my general observations and notes. Otherwise, I think this is I like this policy. I really appreciate the work that has gone into it and the way it pulls together the steward management plan and the goals of the county for agriculture. I just think it's a lot of work and thoughtful time has been put into this document, and I appreciate that.
Great, thank you, Krista. Before we get into other commissioner comments on that, can we have clarification from staff on this question of the ability to adjust lease rate based on various factors? You know, the legality of it. You know, if the only way to incentivize certain practices is to be able to adjust lease rate. So what's the read on that? What's our constraints? Yes, Lincoln.
So I think the issue here is that you have to have a way of setting that value. If you're going to reduce someone's lease because they're going to do X on the farm, you know, fix a building or repair something, then you're going to have a way of ascertaining how much that's worth. And so that's pretty difficult to do in the context of a lease agreement, which is why we're more inclined to bidding, especially any larger projects, so that we have a clear sense of what the value is of those things. So that the lessee is certainly probably will have a leg up on bidding those projects, being more familiar with the property, farm, etc. But we need to do that in order to be clear on what value we're talking about. Otherwise, we have to go through an assessment process for each one of these things, which is difficult. Does that answer your question?
I believe so. So it's allowable if the value is substantiated, and if certain projects of a certain size require open bidding. Okay. Brian?
But just to be clear, my understanding is that if we're talking about a major maintenance project, the lessee may be a bidder on that project.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Peter, I see you have your hand up. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, add that purchasing rules make a distinction between public improvements and, routine maintenance. And anything that happens on Coffelt Farm Preserve that qualifies as a capital improvement or public improvement needs to go through the county small works roster. And basically contractors that are on that list are eligible to submit quotes for projects. And, the level of rigor of that process depends to some extent on the size of the project. So really high dollar projects have a more traditional bidding process. The lower dollar projects have you seek quotes from several contractors who are on that list, and then you can select one. So most of the work that needs to happen at the preserve will fall into that MRSC small works roster process.
So thank you for that. So we are talking about general policy, but of course it would also apply to what's happening at Coffelt. It sounds like what we need in this document is some clarification on processes that states that when it's XYZ, the land bank will follow XYZ procedure, something like that. Something that more clarifies how we would go about determining value. Yes, David.
Peter, isn't there like a dollar threshold for when stuff has to be, put out for bids? And I know you've told me in the past that professional services, you can hire someone you deem qualified, but I've bid on some public work stuff and I can't remember, but I think there's a dollar amount where it has to go out for competitive bidding. And then I've done stuff where I was just hired to do it and it was below a certain level and they were able to do that. No bidding.
That's true. I'm not going to say the thresholds here. I mean, there are multiple levels, but at the lowest level, there's a kind of I can't think of the name of the contract. Lincoln, you might recall, but it was only available to some departments in the county. But it was sort of the lowest threshold. But most of the work is going to need to go to the MRSC list. I mean, it's only tiny little things maybe that would qualify under that contract that I'm forgetting the name of at the moment.
Okay. Thank you for that. Krista, do you have something different?
Well, related to that, I thought when I was on the school board, the county had a small jobs roster. And again, it gets into a dollar figure, but I think businesses, contractors, people can be approved for that. And if they're on that roster, you can just pick them off that roster. You don't have to put it out to bid. So that might be something we should see that's what it was called.
Thank you. So I would like to move on from that topic because we have some meatier things to get into, and just suggest that staff work on wording that clarifies what our process is going to be. And when we come, we'll receive the Ag Resource Committee comments and like to see a change in that. David, did you have something that's not along that subject line?
No, it's the same subject.
Okay. All right. So then I have a couple of things on my list, unless there's another commissioner that has other things. All right. First, I just wanted to say that Bruce Gregory's comments really resonated with me. An earlier version of the document was just called Agricultural Program Objectives and Goals or something like that. And I said, where's the word policy? I really want policy in here. And so we added policy to the name of the document, but in going back through, there's not a lot of strong enough language that supports it being called a policy. So I would recommend that either we remove the word policy and keep everything general objectives, or we go back through and really strengthen the language. For example, instead of we encourage, we'll try to work with farmers that do these practices, I'd like to say we will work with farmers that do X, Y, and Z and follow this. I'd just like to see a strengthening throughout that. We can have goals and objectives, but we need some bottom line policies that we won't cross. But there could be exceptions, I guess, and I guess if we can think of what those might be, those could be written in there. But that's one big comment. The other thing that that Bruce pointed out, and I also found it in my various reading materials, is some idea of report. So quantifying how we're improving the soils, and there's other aspects as well, but how do we create some kind of report card, I guess would be a word, that something that documents that can be conveyed back to the commissioners and the public that says, here were our benchmarks for this piece of land, and here's how close we are to meeting this. And if you want to get it to this point, the commission needs to invest X amount more dollars, but some sort of a mechanism that reports back the status if we're meeting our particular goals on the property. I think this document couldn't spell out the details, but there are templates for that. And I would just suggest that we consider including something along those lines as a reporting back. Just two more things and then can open it up for comments. My feeling is that the land bank is in not just my feeling, but it's also well documented, that as a public agency, we're in the unique position of setting an example. And by setting that example and displaying model practices, the very best of the best practices, we can raise the bar higher and encourage better practices on private land, so that really we end up preserving additional land without having ownership or conservation easements, if that makes sense, without investing any money. If we raise our bar higher and we then educate other farmers on practices and encourage those practices on private land, then we can be achieving some of our objective of preserving agricultural lands without even investing any money in those private lands. So we can only hold just so much of the lands, but translating it onto private property practices would go a long way to enhancing agriculture in the county. So I'm certainly not an expert in all of the practices, been reading and trying to get up to speed, but I just want to put the statement out that I would like us to reach as high as possible, really set the bar high. So by leading an example. So that maybe should be thought about and further discussed. One last point, and then I'm done, and we'll see what you all have to say. The one thing is in the leasing section of this document, there's a statement that says complex or long-term leases will include a third-party advisory committee made up of representatives from agricultural agencies to assist with ranking of applicants by a point system. And I wanted to suggest that this sentence be re-looked at because it conflicts with county policy, which is that subcommittee members must be members of the advisory body being the land bank. And we can invite members of the public to participate in a discussion, but those would be non-voting members. So we just need to be clear on that. That conflicts with, we should reach out to experts, but they really can't be voting members of an advisory body to the commission. All right, so with that, I turn it over. Doug.
Sandy, I had the very same concern about the last section that you had, and I wonder why we need in a policy even a provision with regard to submitting complex and long-term leases to third-party advisory committees. It seems to me that that's something that should be done on a case-by-case basis. And if we're going to retain something like this in a policy, I wouldn't make it mandatory that we will do it. I would say that we may do it, because I think that we need discretion. I don't know what a complex lease is. I know what a long-term lease is. It's anything more than 2 years. But it just seems to me that I don't think it should be mandatory. I also agree that whoever is the advisory committee, and maybe we could strike advisory, a third-party committee, but I don't think it necessarily should just be made up of representatives of the agricultural agencies. There may be a farmer out there that we would want to get their input from. So, so I guess I think the simplest thing would be to kind of delete the entire advisory committee provision, and the land bank, just as they did with Coffelt Farm, can do it on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if it needs to be in the policy. And related to that, on the next page, under the third bullet point on that, again, my preference would just see that deleted, but if it's not deleted, I would put in a provision that at the discretion of the land bank, it would assemble an advisory committee, period.
Okay, thank you,
So
Doug.
that's my major comment.
Okay, Brian.
Yeah, Sandy, I'd like to take your comments in reverse order, starting with the one that Doug just spoke to. And I will agree with Doug that it would be most preferable to delete that section entirely. Or if it's in, replace will appoint an advisory committee with may. And also include the relevant section of the county codes that you just read. But the simplest and clearest thing, I think, would be to delete it entirely and leave it to our discretion. Second, with regard to your comments on first strengthening the language in the document, and also Bruce's comments on standards, I agree with where you're trying to go in that we should set the bar as high as possible. I'd also refer back to Faith's earlier comments about flexibility and change. And I think I'm not sure, as per David's question, I'm not sure exactly what she meant. Faith gave a couple of good examples. But I think that we want to leave ourselves as open to the myriad possibilities of situations that we may run into as possible. So I think that there is room for some less than mandatory language in the document. I would think of it as guiding principles, and it should be policy. Yes, we should be as clear as we can. But with regard to your comments on setting benchmarks and standards, and this applies to Bruce Gregory's comments too. Again, I think the relevant language would be to encourage, not to require or mandate, and certainly not to monitor. I think that in the language of the statute and our mission, the land bank's mandate is to acquire and preserve agricultural land, not to run agricultural operations. And we've been through this time and again. And we've also been down the road of trying to manage farming operations, specifically at Coffelt Farm. And that's been a failure. That's led to problems. So I think that if we're talking about, for a specific example, monitoring soil standards, we should acknowledge and existing soils improvement standards, but we shouldn't set specific standards in a lease, nor should we monitor them ourselves. That's not our job. It's somebody else's job. And that might be the conservation district. It might be the tenant farmer, but it's not the land bank's job.
Right. Krista?
Wow. I'll say wow to that. I have to respectfully disagree with Brian. Because there's a difference between monitoring and managing. And I believe that what keeps coming up on all my notes is soil and water, and then infrastructure. So those are the three terms that keep coming up in all these documents to me, and what our role is and what the county's desire is in terms of protecting and preserving agricultural land. So I feel strongly, it doesn't have to be in the policy. I would like to see a separation of policy from procedure or objectives. Policy doesn't have to be that specific, but attached to this document that we do require a certain amount of monitoring, whether it's annual, and under monitoring it says conducting soil tests every 3 years. We don't have to stipulate the specific criteria for those soil tests perhaps in the policy, but we would have an attached checklist or document that at the time is what we're looking at, and that can be open for change. Or it's easier to change a checklist and an assessment tool than it is to go back and revise policy for every change that you're trying to make as you accommodate unique situations. But I just have to disagree that I think it isn't our job to run a farm, but it is our job to participate in monitoring the quality of certain resources on that farm to make sure they're there after that farmer leaves. And I do agree with Bruce and with Sandy. I would like to see stronger words than encourage. That doesn't really hold anything to me. And I think if you look at that committee, you may not want to call it an advisory committee, but it could be called a review committee, which would include representative from the commission, blah, blah, blah. You can set your stipulations for that. And I agree, if the county code says they can't be a standalone committee, which I have forgotten about that, then we just revise the wording. But it would be good if it was a complex thing to have a group of people that take it aside and review it and come back. So that's what I say about that.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Jim, we haven't heard anything from you today. And we don't have any hold. Maybe so do you have a way to turn your volume up?
know what the problem is.
Can't hear you, Jim.
Okay. Okay, I could hear that.
All right, I want to acknowledge the comments that everybody else has made. I don't have anything really significant to say about it. I think that a lot of work has gone into it. My feeling is that there's been a lot of words spoken. There's definitely a lot of words written. And I think that I guess I'm more of a person of action. And I think there's been a lot of analysis here. And I'm not sure where to go with my comments. I just think that we need to be cautious of overthinking. And that's really my biggest concern. Sorry, that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Any other? Yes, Krista.
I didn't hear any of that. So
Oh,
if
I
someone can give
think-
me a quick summary,
From what I gathered was Jim said he's a man of action. And there's been a lot of words spoken and written words. And I think he's ready to move on with it and take action. But he didn't have any specific comments towards this document or anything that we've discussed thus far today. Just give me a thumbs up if I got it.
Other than what's already been said.
Other than what's already been said. Okay, thank you. David?
There's a bunch of stuff that Brian said that resonated for me. The main thing being that we need to allow ourselves a lot of flexibility. And I think Jim is kind of in the same vein with what he's saying. And sort of my bottom line feeling on this is that we can have a policy and we should have a policy. And I agree with Jim, there's been a lot of time spent on developing this. But I think it's been useful because it's spurred a lot of discussion and allowed us to clarify a lot of things. But what I think is most true is that when we get into actual situations like we have at Coffelt, we're going to have to make decisions and take directions that seem most appropriate to that exact circumstance. And the policy needs to allow us to be flexible to work with what we've really got. I think there are some things where the policy can be absolutely clear. Like I think that it needs to state that we're not going to contract anything out to the lessee to do work unless it's in compliance with the state laws around contracting work. Other things like whether we use the word encourage or whatever, I don't have strong feelings about that because I think that we're going to have specific situations that we have to work with and we're going to make the choices that seem best for those. And but I do think that the policy is important. It's good to have a guiding document. And you know what I think Jim is saying is that we just need to get down to brass tacks on some of the questions that we have, and we're going to be doing that today.
Thank you. Krista?
I don't know how if we don't put the language in the policy, what are we using to guide us on any of these decisions? I guess I'm just kind of flummoxed with that. And I think if we are looking at maintaining and preserving agricultural lands, I'm not a farmer, but it seems to me that we should have an idea of the quality of our soil as it exists when a leasee takes it over, and we have a way to measure over time, maybe not every year, every couple of years, it sounds like is more appropriate, to see if the practices that we've encouraged, which I don't like that word, but if we're going to encourage practices, we should have a way of measuring whether or not that farmer is actually helping. And I think we're going to look ahead to how much money we're going to invest in soil health preservation. And if we have certain benchmarks set for a farmer and his practices that allow for a natural rotation and enrichment input into the soil, it'll allow us to see what else we might have to do as the actual owners of that agricultural property, to see what we might need to be augmenting that soil with over time. So I am looking for specifics. Otherwise, this is just like a big general document that doesn't really say anything. Yeah, I'm just kind of surprised. Respect all of you, but I'm kind of surprised at how it sounds, how little this seems to hold for us in terms of a guiding document to help ensure that we're doing the right thing and that we have farmers. And as Sandy said, setting an example. How do we know we're setting an example if we're not measuring something and we're just encouraging? I just don't get it.
Okay. David, you had your hand up.
You know, Krista, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Maybe there's a little bit of a difference in how we view it. To me, a policy manual gives you an absolute way to arrive at a decision about something. And I don't know that this document or any document could ever do that on every question we might confront. So that's all.
Okay, thanks. Brian?
Sorry, I was muted. I do think that this document gives us a whole lot of guidance. It serves two purposes, really. It gives us guidance and it explains to our public what our general path and position is. It also will give guidance to future commissioners on how we deal with agricultural policies. So I'm generally very satisfied with the document, with the exception of the section that you mentioned, Sandy, on leasing. I think it's a good document. I don't object to strengthening the language in some places, but specifically with the question of standards, and I guess it comes down mostly to soil improvement. I would point out that in the CART report, they gave a figure for soil improvements of something like 7,000 to, and it was a great range, I want to say $7,000 to $17,000 per acre on a 3-year rotational basis. It's a lot of money, and that doesn't speak to any difference between meadow soils, grazing soils, and crop soils. So I don't really know where that goes. I think that it's going to take a lot more than we have now to get down to those specifics. And we haven't talked about whose money that is. Is that the land bank's money? Is that the tenant's money? I'm not talking only about financial considerations here, but that's a large part of it. So I don't think we're ready to put any specific soil standards in an agricultural policy. Again, I'm very pleased with the policy. I think it's a good one, and I'm ready to adopt it.
Doug?
I agree with Brian. I think that it's a very good policy. I think many of the points that have been made seem to me things that we look at on an individual lease basis, which will be consistent with our policy. So I don't think that we ought to be putting in things about soil standards and all that. I read Bruce Gregory's critique. I thought it was great, but I thought it was almost like an addendum to a lease agreement. I thought, okay, these are good things, but they might apply well in one situation, but they might not in another situation. So I see the policy as a broader approach, and I don't see it stopping us in any way whatsoever from setting higher standards in an individual lease if it's the appropriate place to do so.
David?
So just for my, just help me out here, and I mean this sincerely, if we're not going to set out a specific approach to soil health in a policy, when do we do that? I mean, using the numbers that Brian just gave, if it's $7,000 on the low end per acre, and according to the draft policy, we have about 1,000 acres of ag land. That's $7 million in 3 years. Where's the connecting tissue here then? How do we get to actually doing something
Something that's feasible.
that we're actually doing?
Yeah.
Something we're actually doing.
Krista and then Charlie. I see your hand up, Doug, but let's go this route.
Just to clarify, I don't think this policy in this written document that we need to spell out the quantifiable measures for soil, but I think we just need to strengthen the language and have supporting documents that'll come up as objectives or goals or procedures that do outline information on how we're going to, if we're monitoring the soil, what are we monitoring against? So it doesn't, that the details don't belong in the policy, but the commitment belongs in the policy, and then some document that is used so that we know. The only way we find out, and I think the numbers were 700 an acre up to 4,000 an acre, Brian, something like that, but there was also comments in there that depending on what the farmer is doing and the practices, you don't necessarily go in and put all those amendments or enrichments in all at once. They can all be spread over a certain length of time. Any bit is helpful, but we won't know what we need to put into the soil unless we know what it looks like and what it looks like after 3 years of a farmer being on it. So that's what I'm looking for, is some commitment to having a tool that helps us measure and gives the farmer some idea of what's being measured. I don't need it included in the policy, but I guess my sense I'm getting is that we're putting in words of monitoring and whatever, and then we're just gonna come back to this policy and start developing stuff on a case by case basis. And I don't think it needs to be done that way. I think we can have something a little more specific.
Thank you. Charlie?
Yeah, mostly I just wanted to clarify the language in the CART report about cost. And it says here, would cost $188 per acre on the low end, up to $735 per acre on the high end. And that was based on the last round of soil tests. And in Brooks' research trials, he's been putting in about $700 an acre and up to $1,400 per acre if extra nitrogen is needed. And of course, that's, there's the on-farm compost and manure that's being spread, and so it can all be balanced out. So those numbers were way over what you guys were talking about, way over what was actually said in the CART report. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Doug?
I really don't have anything more to say.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. David?
Okay, so it's not $7 million in 3 years, but so Krista, what you're saying is that you would support the inclusion of a specific standard, like a method that we're going to use for assessing soil health in the policy. Whether we implement and how much we choose to spend is a separate question. It's not in the policy. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. I think if it's mentioned that we're going to monitor it annually or every 3 years, that we see appendix A, B, or Z that shows the document that we're using for that assessment, so that we have to give some thought to that. And yes, and I'm not committing to any dollar figure, but I'm looking for something to help us measure what that dollar figure might be and the success of the farmer.
And should the policy then include something about how we will determine what actions to take once we have, test results?
That could be a procedural thing. If A, then B, if C, then D, I guess. Policies are overreaching to me, of like are over an overall thing, and then the details come up that are more flexible in your goals and objectives.
Okay, so I'd like to conclude this portion of the discussion so that we can stay on schedule, and suggest that we receive the Ag Resource Committee's comments, and that staff also consider what we've discussed today and bring back another draft for us to review at the January meeting. So moving on then to future agenda items. Yes, Brian. You're muted. Muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Just pointing out that this is a public hearing. Are you saying that you want to continue the public hearing?
I'm saying that we will pick this back up at the January meeting, that we are not voting on whether or not to adopt this specific policy, that there are still some important comments to be received and for staff to digest what we have talked about today. So I'm concluding this portion of the meeting, this discussion for today. Does that make sense?
So the public hearing remains open. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not quite following, but moving on. Future agenda items. I would like to talk about our January retreat topics, and we really need to be really quick because our next meeting starts at 10:30 and we need a little break. I'd like to suggest that we discuss that our discussions surround climate change and what that means for both stewardship and acquisitions, and give some consideration to Steve's idea of considering broadening the type of lands that we acquire, including that under the environmental portion of our mandate. So I think that would make for a great retreat topic. Does everyone agree that we can focus on climate related? Okay, all right, so I'm concluding this regular meeting. Yes.
I just want to interject one thing. I think it may make more sense for us to push the retreat to February,
Okay.
because obviously we've got some other issues that we need to deal with in January, and we had the truncated meeting today, the monthly meeting. So I think it probably would be better for us to just skip to February and do the retreat at that point.
That sounds like a good idea. So we can focus more on continuing this discussion. Okay, we're adjourned. We will be back at, Brian.
Just a question, Cindy, to clarify then, if we're continuing the ag policy hearing, will that be till the January meeting? Or
Yes,
the
January. Looking for an updated, potentially updated draft from staff, and also to forward us the comments from the Ag Resource Committee, and then we will continue the discussion in January. All right, our break is down to 8 minutes. We'll see you back at 10:30. Brian will join us in a moment, but the first part is pretty general. So yes, the meeting is being recorded. So for anyone who does not want their video recorded, you can turn your video off. Just to start, I wanted to state the purpose of this meeting, special meeting, and it's to clarify the land bank's continued investment in Coffelt Farm Preserve, to determine how best not only to keep the farm in active agriculture, but also provide educational opportunities and devise a management model that's sustainable, equitable, and fiscally responsible. And I might also add feasible. It has to be feasible for the land bank. And then just real quickly, for those who haven't been following the process in detail, we've had an interim lessee on the farm since the fall of 2019, when the Conservation Agriculture Resource Team, CART, then completed research and surveys over a long period of time to provide us with an in-depth report of recommendations, which we received in spring of this year. One of those recommendations was to obtain a reserve study on the farm, and we contracted that and had it combined with a market rent study. That study was released to us and in October. It's been released to the public. And so the market rent study, reserve study, and the CART report recommendations, for the most part, form the foundation for what we're going to talk about today. The meeting is broken into 4 sections for anyone who doesn't have the agenda. I was going to screen share, but I'm not doing that. And we will, the commission portion of the discussion will be facilitated. I'll introduce John in a moment. There will be 2 opportunities for public comment. One will be after this introduction. The other is not noted on the agenda. There will be a short period of public comment available right after the lunch break. So we're going to do our best to stay on track and cover in-depth amount of material and reach our objectives today. And one way we are going to be more successful in doing that is by having the meeting facilitated. John Howell is our facilitator here with us today. He's a partner in the Cedar River Group consulting firm. Many of you know him from his facilitation of past land bank retreats. He does facilitating and mediation, strategic planning for governments and nonprofits all over the state of Washington. He owns property on San Juan Island. He's also been to Coffelt Farm on multiple occasions, and as he's told us before, the job he has enjoyed most in his life was as a reef net fisherman on Stewart Island. So before we begin, John facilitating the commission discussion, we will take public comment. I'll open it for public comments now. I ask that you raise your hand if you wish to speak. In fact, be great if everyone who thinks they're going to speak would raise their hand, and you do that by at the bottom of your screen where it says reactions, click reactions, and then there's a button to raise your hand. And that way I can scroll and see how many people we might have want to speak, and determine what kind of limit we need to have on comments so that we stay on schedule. And I just might need some help because I can't see everybody on the screen at one time. So if you're going to wish to speak today regarding what we're discussing on Coffelt Farm, please raise your hand And I might also add that the purpose of the meeting is not, we're not looking for comments on how a particular lessee is doing or running the farm. Please keep any comments general, specific to the planning process. So go ahead and raise your hand if as a member of the public. I'm not seeing hands. Let me know if hands go up. I see Kathy's hand. Okay, we'll start with Kathy Morris.
Okay, I really didn't want to go first, but I took some notes during the previous discussion of the agriculture overview. And since the Coffelt farm is a large part of your agriculture land holdings that will be influenced by that plan previously discussed, I wanted to say just a couple things about soil health, things that I've learned with my own farm in the 10 years that I've owned it and been studying soil health. This is a common comment I make, is that soil is your mother. Everything will be depends on the soil.
Kathy, if you're still talking, we don't hear anything.
And I think here we think about photosynthesis. This is what Steve, I forget his last name, was talking about earlier when he was talking about compost. And I think that these inputs will be far less expensive than some of the ones previously explored, and the cost that you guys often talk about to improve the soils. One good thing is that the county's solid waste advisory committee is currently very active in pursuing composting.
You're cutting in and out, Kathy. I don't know if you have a way to tighten up your mic.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay, now you're back.
I'm just running around. So, okay. So I don't know where I left off, but there's an opportunity.
Yeah, the county is looking at opportunities for community composting.
Yeah, yeah. And so agriculture is a land culture that is how humans interact with the land. And these actions are not intuitive anymore. Investing in education, how people interact with the land, is very important to developing sustainable agricultural systems. It's not about inputs. It's not the green revolution anymore. It's about regenerative agriculture. And so that's what I want to say. As far as the money part of it, and I said that in my comments, is to invest in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Faith Van de Putt, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. So I was Faith Van de Putt. I'm the Agricultural Resource Committee Coordinator. I was also a participant in the CART process. And I just wanted to make a couple comments regarding the setting the lease rate, and just some information that came out of, as you might know, we did the agricultural viability survey as part of the voluntary stewardship program, but it was we gathered a lot of information this last year from producers in San Juan County, and some of the information was around kind of leases, and I thought it would be just good information for you to have as you go into this discussion. So of the respondents to the ag viability survey, of which I believe there were like 80 something, and I can get that number. I don't have it written down in front of me. So of the respondents, 86% of the respondents owned their land outright. And of the respondents, the people who had a lease, who were leasing agricultural land in the county, 60% of those leases had an informal lease, so a handshake or a verbal agreement. And 57% of those agricultural leases in the county, they paid no rent. And just in general, kind of the average farm in San Juan County was around 60 acres and had about half of the land was owned and half of the land was leased. So I know as you go into the conversation around what's fair, and there's often this, conversation around what's fair in for people, if land is owned by the land bank or the county, and what's fair in for farmers who are on land bank land versus their own land. I just wanted to give a sense of a lot of the farmers who are leasing land are in a very informal, no rent situation. And the other piece that I just want to highlight, kind of bringing forward some of the conversation that just happened previously, is the, I think really keeping in mind the additional layer of process that has to happen for any change of on-farm infrastructure, and keeping that in mind in how you think about setting a lease rate, because that already, of the respondents for the ag viability survey, 42% said that on-farm infrastructure was a challenge and 16% said it was an extreme challenge. So knowing that on-farm infrastructure is a challenge for most farmers anyways, adding the additional layer of bureaucratic process in order to maintain or change or add infrastructure, just knowing that that adds to that challenge. So as those were my comments of just kind of a kind of setting maybe some more information about what's going on in the county around leases. So that's all I have.
Faith, could you send us a link to that document, please?
Yes, I definitely can.
Thank you. Thank you, Faith. Amy has her hand raised. Amy, if you could state your last name. I'm not sure if it's which Amy we have.
So the Amy that's talking here is actually Eric, and Eric Lum. We're currently leasing Coffelt Farm.
Yeah.
And I just had a couple of comments, and one of them is just a question, whether the written comments that you guys received that were due by the December 13th are going to be available for public review. I'm assuming that they will be, yeah.
They are, they were available with the materials, downloadable materials for this meeting. You can find them on our website. So yes, they were made available prior to the meeting.
Okay, I guess I missed that, but anyway, I looked at those materials earlier. And the other thing I just wanted to bring up about soils and soil health. There's a lot of buzzwords about sustainable and regenerative, which basically is become a new term again, but that's what people were doing for thousands of years. It's basically just been abandoned more recently for the industrial farming, and with any of those more ancient techniques, the incremental improvements are much slower to respond, but they're also longer lasting. And so the soil tests, and it's really hard to quantify that on even a 3-year rotation. There's going to be enough variability in those soil tests that it's going to really be hard to quantify whether there's actually improvement or not. It's in all of the farmers' best interest to have the soil improve for whatever crop they're growing. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen because of the financial burden of doing that. But the other thing to be cognizant of is any of the inputs that we're bringing into the islands have an environmental cost. And so you're mining materials, nutrients from somewhere else in the world, you're creating pollution. And so you can improve those soil numbers pretty quickly with some chemical fertilizers that are made from petroleum products, and probably have a fairly large environmental cost, even though their dollar cost is not as high. So that just needs to be thought about and considered in the whole soil health process. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Perhaps that's something we can talk about during the next part of the ag policy discussion next month. If we want to have a philosophy on the inputs. Do we, I don't see that we have anyone else with their hand raised. And Kathy, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
I just have a quick comment about Faith's thing about the lease rates. Oftentimes landowners need some farming activity to be in compliant with the current use program. So that's something to take into consideration also as to why some lease rates are free or just a handshake, reduced rates. Okay, does that make sense?
Understood, thank you. Daryl Duke.
Just wanted to make a comment. I noticed in the agenda for today, one of the items for discussion was choosing the model, and there were 6 listed. I just want to point out, I think it's pretty obvious from the comments for both the public feedback and the pre-comments that farming is a super difficult activity. And we do have an example with the LUMs and with the Coffelts before the LUMs having the single farmer model working as a viable thing in this location. So to my understanding, the only alternate try to that was not successful. So I think keeping in mind maybe practical demonstrated capacity as opposed to new ideas without really concrete plans or demonstrated track record should be a consideration for the committee.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking, I see your hand raised, Faith. I want to see if we have any other public comments first. Don't see anybody. Okay, Faith, go ahead.
I think Kathy made a great point, and I thought I should follow up with that. I don't have the exact percent number in front of me, but most of the lands that are leased, agricultural lands that are leased in the county are utilized for grazing or hay production, but not all, and some grain production.
Okay, thank you.
And I did put the link to the ag viability survey. I wasn't able to send it in the chat. I just sent it to John. So maybe John, if you can send it to everyone. That was the only person I could send it to in the chat.
Okay, we can follow up with that after the meeting. Bruce Gregory.
Thanks, Sandy. First, I want to honor the comments that have been put out so far. They're all great. I do have some feedback to kind of throw into that. And that, to me, when we talk about farm activity, there's a difference between somebody who's going through the actions of farming and not allowing any stewardship to happen versus a farmer who is practicing stewardship in his farming. Otherwise, appearances can be deceptive. And so the knowledge of a baseline of soil health is an important aspect of all of farming, because the measurement of inputs going into farming, whether they're compost products, naturally occurring non-composted ingredients, such as there are many pellets out there that are formed out of composted materials, and they meet OMRI specifications. There are also mineral constituent ingredients that can be used for inputs. So basically what I'm saying is that inputs become a cost of production. And unless a farm is including those costs of production, then we have to ask the question, what is the value of the product coming off of that land? What is the nutrient density of that product? And basically what I'm going back to is that the baseline of all of this, the nutrient cycle that we talk about in farming, is based upon the knowledge of the baseline. You can't understand where you're going unless you know where you are at. And there are many soil tests evolving over the next 5 years. We're going to see a whole plethora of them. Right now, we have the Haney Soil Life Test, which actually measures for the first time in the scientific world the ability of microorganisms to create nutrients and their relationship to the biota in that soil. There are agronomic tests, which are historically the tests that we've relied upon through the Green Revolution. Those still have a place in this area, in this baseline of knowledge. And then we have other tests like the PLFA or the HCPC test. The PLFA is a polylipid fatty acid test. Again, it measures the components of the biota in the soil and their contribution to soil health. So my whole 5-page document that I draft is based upon this kind of thought. And so I just wanted to make sure that we all recognize that ultimately everything we're trying to work with here, and whether this is in the private sector through a leaseholder or whether it's through the land bank, is that we need to know the knowledge of the baseline. And Faith, your statistics about the leasing, that's a very interesting statistic. And my question would be, how do we know what the baseline is for all of those properties in the private sector that are being leased through a handshake lease? Do those owners know what the baseline is? Do the farmers know what the baseline is? That's the cultural conundrum that we're faced with. And it's a bigger question than what the land bank is having to deal with. But the land bank has an opportunity to become a leader in saying, as to the community, this is an important aspect of our agriculture. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Jen Perry.
Hi, thanks. I think my comments dovetail on Bruce's. So again, my name is Jen Perry, and I'm speaking on behalf of our family. We own the property across from Vernus Sydney on Crow Valley Road. And our family has been in various forms farming since the 1920s on the properties through the Perrys, the Arneys, and the Cadden farms that are all adjacent. And we want to support the Coffelt Preserve. My dad tried out with the Stewarts, and I recognize the formula for the Coffelt Preserve to remain a farm and yet meet our aspiring goals for the future is complex, to say the least. Because I think of education, research, community involvement, preserving island agricultural history, inclusiveness, and of course, being good stewards of the land. And when I first heard Vern and Sydney were offering this up, I could not believe it. Like, I understood their sons did not want to farm. That's the same for our family. Most of the folks did not want to carry on the farming. They decided to pursue things that made a bit more money. But I could not believe they had it in their hearts. And we know they're fabulous people, but to sell it to the land bank was amazing. And I was so hopeful. And we all saw kind of the frustrations and that progressed in the years with the farm stewards. And I thought maybe I was too academic in what I was hoping for. Like, I had all these lofty goals for you all and for the preserve. But when the Lums moved in, this was great. They're great new neighbors. They're hard workers. They love their animals. They're caring for the environment and the land there. But as I saw them move into their second year lease, they've just flat out amazed us. And we want to partner with them in the future. And just love to see what they've been doing. And they are giving islanders and tourists alike an opportunity to see what farming looks like and what it could do in the community. They
Jen,
pretty
I'm
much
gonna,
pulled in everything we were hopeful for.
I'm gonna cut you off.
Okay.
There, thank you.
And I just, one last thing, I just don't think, I agree with the study and the reserves and what Bruce said. You really can't make a real living on farming alone in the islands. And historically, that has been the thing for our family. It's a labor of love and a way of island life. And I think the land bank has opportunity to preserve that for folks.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments.
And I said this long because my comments did not get added to the agenda, and I wanted to make sure they did get added to the agenda. They were submitted, and I think a few other people's comments were submitted for public comment, but did not added. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we did receive additional comments, and those have since been compiled and are uploaded on the website.
Okay,
and just to be clear for everyone attending, is that we are looking at the general and specific ways to manage Coffelt Farm Preserve in the future. We are not evaluating the current lessee. We are looking at options and models, and it's been great to receive positive comments. And I think from those comments, we can take that for those people, the single farmer model is working and they're seeing community benefits. But beyond that, we're not looking at a specific lessee. All right, so I'm just looking through to see if we have any other last public comments. I don't see any. So I'm going to hand the reins over to John to facilitate our commission discussion. The first hour will be spent on goals, trying to solidify our goals for this particular farm. Agricultural goals. The preserve management plan already has outlaid ecological goals. And just so if commissioners, if you could raise your hand for John to be able to call on you, that would make everything go orderly. So John, take it over.
Thank you, Sandy. It's awfully nice to see you. Given COVID, I haven't seen many of you for 2 years or so. So nice to be with you. It's also really a delight to be digging into a topic that has been on previous retreat agendas for several years, never in the depth that you're tackling it today. It's nice to have such a big chunk of time to be able to do this with you. So we're going to follow the script. We're going to, Sandy and Lincoln and I have spent a fair amount of time in advance of this meeting talking about the flow of the conversation, the questions that we want to ask you. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm sure we'll take some side trips here and there, but and try and stay to really focus on the questions that have been posed on your on the materials sent to you. So we're starting broadly. We're starting with a question about goals, and then we sort of get increasingly more specific. And by the end of your time together today, we're going to be down into some of the details of the lease and the RFP for the lease, and getting your guidance on those things. So we have 2 questions about goals, where we'd like to start. Well, the first is, what are the public benefits that you want to either encourage or require? So when you make your comments, would ask you to identify whether whatever you see as a public benefit falls in the category of you'd like to encourage something through the RFP process, or you actually want to require it. And we'll talk about that first, public benefit. And then the second question is benefits to the greater agricultural community. And again, what you'd like to encourage or what you'd like to require. So let's see if we can break those apart without getting them intertwined. We'll see if that works. Public benefits that you would like to either encourage or require as you think about leasing this property. Yes, Sandy?
So the couple of public benefits that I came up with, and I just want to clarify, I don't want to go down the road of public benefits versus community benefits. Really, I think what I'm thinking of are community benefits. And all of these that I'm going to say, I think fall into the require category, in my opinion. The first is to enhance food security and island resilience by providing access to healthy local food. The second is to be a safe and welcoming place for all members of the community to observe and learn about humane and sustainable farming practices. And the third is to create a simple management model that streamlines and maximizes use of land bank resources. I think there's a benefit, that a public benefit to that is by using the land bank resources widely, those resources are available to use in other areas of our mandate as well.
Can I ask you just clarify that last statement, if you will? So by using the resources wisely, make those resources available to other areas of our mandate. I'm not sure I understand what that means.
So as an agricultural goal of the farm is for, in my opinion, would be for the management model that we adopt to be something simple and feasible for the land bank to oversee, so that it would streamline our ability to manage this property. And by doing that, it extends our resources beyond Coffelt Farm. So it's kind of getting out of out of this particular focus, but I think that would provide a benefit. That's a goal that I would like to see us achieve.
Thank you, that was helpful. Miles.
Yeah, so two benefits I think are the most important for me is obviously food production, which is the intent of the farm. So to make food available for people to purchase healthy food. And obviously that's a requirement of the lease, or not obviously, but I would say that's definitely a requirement of the lease, that you're there to produce food. What that looks like, up to the farmer. And then a second requirement, I think, is that this is a valuable ecological resource. The soil, the water, the wildlife habitat, the parts of the farm that are not a crop or being raised for food or grown for food, that's important as well. And that's part of the conservation easement. And so I think that is a requirement that the leasee would at least, if not directly manage those areas, allow the land bank to manage parts of those, or cooperate with the management of those resources. So I think those two should be required. And then other public benefits that I think should be encouraged, youth education, which the alums are already doing as an example. So I don't think that should be required, but obviously it's a valuable space, and having a knowledgeable farmers to be able to share their knowledge with youth is a really good way to involve the greater community. And then yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So I think that should be encouraged and not required.
And let me go back to your second item on what you think should be required. What you mostly talked about, as I understood it, Miles, was that the leasee would work with the land bank as the land bank manages the ecological resources and value of the land. But you said at one point, if not manage. So I just want to be clear. Are you?
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. And it'll come up later when we get into more of the specifics, because there's things like soil, which there was already a discussion about in the public comment period, which I think that the soil is actively part of what's being managed by the farmer. So, but something, for example, as Coffelt Farm specifically has areas that are not high production, like was used as a wintering area. It's a forested, wooded area, or there's a wetlands that can't really be used year round. So those types of areas that are not high production, that maybe the farmer or the leasee would not directly manage, but might cooperate with the land bank staff, stewards who are managing those areas. So the specifics of it would have to be worked out later, but that's what I was kind of like ambiguous about: direct management by the leasee versus cooperation with the land bank stewards.
Okay. Other thoughts about public benefit that should be required or encouraged? Yes, Doug. Sorry, if I don't see somebody, I saw, Doug, you were physically raising your hand. You're old school, Doug.
I am old school.
If I don't see somebody, please shout out, or somebody else get my attention.
Yeah, I think following up on what Miles said, I think that I agree with the prior comments, and especially Sandy's comments, but I do think public access is important. This is a preserve, and I think that we ought to the extent that it's not inconsistent with the farming practices, I think that we ought to see what we can do for public access to portions of this preserve. I think that's an important public benefit.
And Doug, just to make sure we all understand that, it sounds to me like you're saying that needs to be a requirement.
I would make that, that's a tough one, because you have to consider the change in farming practices that may take place over a period of time. I would like to see it a requirement, but there has to be some sort of flexibility with regard to that requirement.
Okay. So public access with an understanding about the flexibility required to manage the farm for farm use and purposes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put words in your or anybody's mouth. I'm going to take notes. I'm going to play back to you at some point after each conversation where I think you've landed. So if I'm restating, it's just to make sure I've got it right.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments about public benefits? Yeah, Krista, then Brian.
I would agree with the other comments made already. In terms of food production or access to healthy foods, I guess I would like to at least have considered that it be a requirement that the farm stand, I mean, we're getting down specifics to the infrastructure, but that farm stand be available for products other than those just produced on the farm, that other farmers have access to making their products available if that's feasible. I think that's being done now, but I think that should remain. So healthy food production, I agree with the public access. I don't know how that manifests, but I think it should be required of the land bank to figure out how to accommodate public access. And then with respect given to the farmers' production process, because we've talked about a trail that could kind of go on the outside of the property that wouldn't hopefully interfere with farm production. Youth education, I would really like to see encouraged. I wouldn't make it a requirement of leasing necessarily, but it would be a criteria in their favor. And community engagement, in terms of it speaks to public access also, but to provide opportunities for community gatherings is a strong word, but a place where people get used to coming and gathering even as a small group. So I would encourage that. I wouldn't require that, but I think that I would like to see that.
Okay, just an acknowledgement here. The first one about farm stand being available for other farmers, that I'm not trying to be too dictatorial here, but that gets into the second question about benefits for the ag community. So I'm trying to keep track now of the broader public benefits, but I see that as definitely something to be on your list for benefits to the ag community.
I see it benefiting the ag community, but I think I see it's one of those, I have a number that kind of seem to service both,
yeah.
But I see it as a public benefit for them being able, as part of the exposure and access, but having a place where they can access not only the land bank preserve farmers goods, but others.
Okay, thank you. Ryan and then David.
Okay, I will probably reiterate some of the comments that have been made. Several things, and I would put these all under the category of encourage rather than require. That is, points for potential lessees applicants. First is public and farmer education. So this could go under the headings of both public and agricultural. Under farmer education, specifically training of young farmers, farm workers. The second, also under the ag category, is shared farm services. An example of that would be the mobile slaughter site. But there might be other services, poultry services, for example, that could be shared. The third, and this would be under the public category, would be donations of food, not sales of food that's part of the business of a farm, and that's a profit for the farmer, but donations, which the current lessees have been making. A fourth, under the agriculture heading, would be agricultural research, and coupled with that, demonstration of exemplary agricultural and climate initiatives. And again, I would encourage and not require both of those. The agricultural research, I would think, would probably be partnered with another organization. Let's see. And finally, I guess I touched on this. I have in my notes shared equipment. I guess that I already spoke to shared facilities.
Shared farm services.
With other farms, yes, yeah. So that's it.
Okay, and just to reiterate, all of those in your mind, Brian, would be encouraged.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, David?
Okay, Brian just said almost everything I was going to say, but this one of the things that's really jumped out the most strongly for me is this idea of shared services and equipment. And there's a really good letter that came from Waka on San Juan Island. It's the last letter in the second batch of meeting materials we got today, or for today. And he goes into detail about what he sees as being possible there in terms of shared slaughter and poultry processing and storage and things like that. And I think it's just a really, really good letter that he wrote and a really great idea. You know, we used to have mobile slaughter for poultry that came to the islands. It's been a while since that happened. And when my wife and I raise chickens now, we take them off to be processed. And I would much rather take them to Orcas to do that. And I think there's just lots of opportunities along those lines. Whether it's an encourage or require thing, I don't really know what to say about that. I would hope that that's a tough question, because some of it might involve infrastructure and who's responsible for that. Is it already there? So I don't know what to say about encourage versus require. And then education for young people and for other farmers, and demonstration projects. I think we have to have that happening there in a significant way. Whether education is conducted by the lessee or by a third party or what, I don't really have great answers there, but I think that that's a must.
And David, what do you mean by demonstration projects?
Well, like it could be something around soil health, which is, we've been talking about that all day so far. That's the easy example that comes to mind, is like, where in this county do you see, comprehensive soil health efforts being made? I don't know much about that, but I don't know that it's going on in a great way. And I think that we're really remiss if we're not doing that. We're just kicking the can down the road if we're not aware of where our baseline is, as Bruce called it, and taking steps to maintain what we have. What I see, there's a whole lot of hay caught in this county every year, and whether it's getting weaker and weaker, I think it probably is. We need to be at the forefront of showing how this ought to be done. And if we're leasing a farm property, it ought to be being done there and elsewhere on our properties. So.
Thank you, David. And Sandy, before I call on you, let me just note a chat message that Peter sent. Peter can speak to this if you all would like, but he says, to clarify, regarding public access, the stewardship and management plan identifies areas outside of the lease area, forest and trail, that will provide for public access. Public access within the lease area is a different matter. So those of you who have made comments about public access, and if you want to have any exchange with Peter about that, I just want to make sure you saw that, because I'm not sure everybody sees the chat. Sandy?
So on that, I just wanted to clarify that, I recognize that we have public access for the perimeter trail kind of spelled out in a different plan. And the public access that I'm talking about has to do with the agricultural area. There's a couple of things that I put on under a different heading, and it's under sustainability, because I think these are goals we should have for the farm. I guess ultimately they are public and community benefits as well. The first one is kind of, what David said and what we talked about earlier today, to be a model farm in terms of regenerative farming practices, improving soil health, and building the soil bank. I'd also like to see that we ensure that an emphasis is on quality, not necessarily quantity of food. So I don't think of this farm as the purpose is to produce the maximum amount of food possible. I'd like it to be a lot of food. But instead, I think we need some kind of professional evaluation on what, I don't want us to exceed the level of use that would be recommended. And I would also like to consider that we even dial it back further and find some sort of a sweet spot for how many animals should be on the farm at one time. So that would be not emphasizing quantity. Perhaps we maybe we consider resting some areas, or rewilding some areas that, as Miles pointed out, are not prime areas. So possibly we dial that back. I think we want to see, or I want to see, that we maintain a diversity in crops and animals for increased resilience. I think that would be a public benefit. And also that we prioritize clean water resources. I know that that's mentioned in the stewardship plan, but I think it needs dovetailed in this agricultural plan. And I want to follow up by saying that I think we need testing. We need testing. We have wetlands there and a stream. And so I would like us to measure baselines and make sure that we are doing that appropriately. To me, that's a public benefit. That's part of a large watershed area. And then another benefit would be of this particular portion, the agricultural farm, would be to reinvest lease revenues directly into this agricultural property and other properties. And then one last thing, a clarification on the scientific research, providing a place for the scientific research to be carried out. I wanted to add that we close the loop and that the results get communicated back to the community and area farmers. So it doesn't help us much if science is taking place if we aren't learning what's happening. And that's all.
Sandy, there were some of the things on your list that I wasn't clear. I'm not sure if we need to get into this now, but there's some of the things where you may want them done, and it wasn't clear to me if you want to put them in the lease, like water quality testing, like public, is the last one you mentioned, sort of the public outreach about scientific work and research and stuff. At any rate, I just wasn't sure.
So any of these things, I'm not necessarily quantifying or qualifying what I think should be in a lease. It's looking at what are our goals for this farm? What do we want to see this farm achieve? And then we figure out how to go about doing it.
Okay, that's a important distinction. I think the way I may have originally asked the question of commissioners was around the public benefits that you'd like to see incorporated into the lease, and maybe I was too narrow in framing it that way.
But that's what was on the outline, and I'm kind of going bigger than that. But I think that the ones that I listed are related to public benefits.
Okay.
As well.
Doug, and then Brian.
One of the things that we have not discussed is how do these public benefits impact the lessee in terms of the ability of the lessee to do the primary job, which is farming the property. And I say that because we've been told repeatedly through CART and through other places that maybe even Coffelt farms can't be farmed at a profit. And that's a serious, I think, consideration, that when we talk about the public benefits, that we also have to look at, are these public benefits going to be distracting from the farmer from the main job of farming and providing food to the community? And I think that has to be part of the picture.
I think it, Brian, I know you're next. I think it sort of speaks to two things in my mind, Doug. One goes back to the question of requirement or encouragement. Because what you require versus what would be a nice to have, very different dynamic for any farmer. So that's why I keep asking you guys, what do you want to require versus what's nice to have? And then the second thing that my mind goes to is what Sandy said at the end of her comments just now, which is, what would you like to accomplish as a public benefit? And then you all decide how you're going to achieve those things. And some of it you will not want to load into the lease, and other things you may want to require in the lease. So at any rate, that's where my mind was going as you were talking. Brian.
John, I just wanted to acknowledge what you just said, and also your previous comment, because I was going to ask the same question about Sandy's comments. I understand now that we're at a point of talking generally about our goals for Coffelt Farm. That is what we'd like to see. But since this process is leading toward what are we going to put in to an RFP and ultimately into a lease, I think it's important to at least take an initial stab at what do we want to require, what's the baseline, and what things would we like to encourage without requiring it. That is, provide the flexibility and keep ourselves open to what may be offered.
So I'm wondering, some of you have talked about the agricultural community benefits, but I want to ask that question and give everybody an opportunity to respond. So to your point, Brian, I'm wondering, this is a case where there are lots of advantages to Zoom, but not having a whiteboard that where you can see the notes that I'm making, and then I can go to those notes and say, okay, here's where I think you are in the conversation. So not having the whiteboard, I'm looking at all my scribbles on my pad of paper here. So if I'm going to try and run through what you were just saying, Brian, let's try and summarize where I think you are in the discussion about requirements versus encouragements. Okay. And if I am misstating this, I got it wrong, let me know. I think there was actually quite a bit of agreement on the requirement around food production, but not being dialed into exactly how much and exactly what kind, but a requirement on food production with there's one, I don't know that it's a caveat, but Sandy's comment about not wanting to kind of overuse the property or overstress the property. And the example she used was grazing. So I'm not quite sure how that fits in, but that's one I think we have agreement on. Another requirement seems to be this a welcoming place for the public. This public access, and I think I'm sort of hearing two parts to that based on Peter's comment. One is a requirement that a leasee would work with the land bank on the public access all across the property, but even on those outside of the lease area that may have an impact on the lease area, and work with the land bank to coordinate public access within the lease area. How are you going to do that? How might you change it over time as farm practices change? So it's back to Miles' comment. It's more about sort of the coordination of public access, but you want to make it clear that public access is a requirement in some fashion. Again, these are my words. I'm trying to summarize what I think you're saying. We had, I'm trying to think of other requirements here. Well, I don't, well, I'm looking through my notes. Does anybody else want to chime in with, I'll get to the list in a minute of what I think is the encouragement list, but were there other requirements? Let's see, other requirements that people heard besides what I've just described.
And we're talking about more general public and community benefits.
We're talking about, yes, yes. Okay, well, I mean, go ahead, Sandy.
This benefits both, but what we talked about was best setting an example, improving soil health and building the soil bank. That's a public benefit.
And is it a requirement? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think it's a requirement. In my mind, I would like to see it's a requirement. And whose responsibility it is a whole different conversation. But I think we need to see the best of the best practices.
Krista?
I lost my train of thought. Well, just trying to pull together this overall view of what we're saying. I guess I'm looking at education, and I had said that, and a couple people said to be encouraged, but I think
yes.
I would restate that to say, because it's getting confusing whether we're talking about the lease or the overall goals. So if I was looking at the overall goals, then I would say that it should be required of the land bank to identify or look at and try to figure out an educational component to that property, either through the leasee or through a third party. I'm not saying, I don't want to turn the land bank into the educator, although we do it on other properties, and in some ways, in small ways, it could be done on that property. But I think in terms of people looking at the communities look at that property as an educational facility, I think it should be required of the land bank to be looking at what the possibilities are for that and facilitating those, either through the lease through a third party that might want to have access to the property to do tours. You know, the leasing might want to do it, but if they don't and can't, then we should be looking at another way to make that a possibility. So I guess I look at that aspect for public benefit as being a requirement for us to look at, not necessarily take on. Does that make sense?
Well, I heard a number of you say that the youth education should be encouraged of the leasee, but not necessarily required. And you're saying, and I think Sandy is saying, one of the public benefits you want to make sure you achieve with your stewardship of Coffelt is education, but not necessarily requiring a leasee to do that. That's a conversation you would need to have amongst yourselves and with a leasee.
Well, or as you develop the RFP, if you want to take the first shot at making it part of the point system, that if you do those things, you know, it works in your favor, I would give it out. So that's getting into the muck of the details of a lease itself. But yeah, I'm just saying, I think education from the public aspect, whether it's youth or everyone, and the agricultural aspect, there's also an education component. I'm not committing the land bank to being the educator, but I am thinking that we should be addressing, those are very strong points that came out and have been a theme through this whole process. And it's a form of public access.
Yeah, I'm just stick on this for just a minute more, Krista, before your comment, Sandy. You don't want to commit the land bank to necessarily do public education, but I've also heard from a number of your colleagues, they don't necessarily want to make public education a requirement. So are you suggesting that this notion of the public benefit of education needs to be a conversation between a leasee and the land bank to figure out who's doing what, as opposed to saying going in, you want to require it of a leasee?
I would not require it, but I think it can be accommodated by a leasee if they have the interest. And I think going down that road, I would look to incentivize it somehow. If they are participating outside the normal realm of operating a farm and doing all the things that are required to operate a farm, if they also are willing to take in the public and do educational things, et cetera, that is above and beyond what a general lease agreement usually is. And the analysis for the lease rate didn't include public education as a value or a credit. So I don't know if I'm helping. I think we're obligated as a land bank to look at how to accommodate public education. And if we can get it through the leasee, that would be great. And if not, if a successful candidate doesn't want to do that, then we should be looking at other ways to facilitate it.
Okay. Sandy and then David.
I would echo Krista and point out that it's written in our conservation easement that the land bank purchased the property with the understanding that it would be a place to train young farmers and the general public on small scale sustainable farming. So in my mind, that is a must do. That educational component is a requirement, is a required agricultural goal of the land bank for this farm. And how we go about it is a different discussion.
Okay, David.
One of the things that's a little hard for me in thinking about require versus encourage is how much more can a farmer really do? We're already understanding that it's really hard to make a living at this in the first place. And if we add on top of that layers of you need to do this and you need to do that, what's reasonable? And I don't know. It just strikes me as it's an uphill battle to begin with. And Sandy, you're pointing out the conservation easement has a requirement of us, but it doesn't mean that we have to transfer that requirement to the leasee. It could be that somebody else is doing it. It's just that it
Correct.
has to happen.
Yeah, yes, yes.
I don't know. I mean, I would really benefit from some insight from the Lums or other farmers into like, okay, so I sort of imagine this to be like an all day, everyday job, just as it is running a farm. So how much more can they do? Don't know.
Miles?
Yeah, well, I think it's my understanding of this point of the discussion is that we're just sort of brainstorming what our ideal would be, and not necessarily like Sandy, when she introduced this whole conversation, was saying it should be logistically feasible to do all this for the farm. At this point, I feel like we're just brainstorming ideas, whether or not it makes sense to put all this on the leasee. I think we can work that out later. There could be a lot of different creative ways of making sure that has all these goals function. At this point, I don't see them in conflict. And just to get at David's question about what the Lums have experienced, why they're there, they do a lot. I mean, they're already doing youth education. They're already doing visiting. They do a lot. So it's definitely, and that's not something that we ask them to do. They're doing that on their own. So it's definitely possible for farmers or the leasee to take on multiple objectives successfully. And again, I think when it gets into the nitty gritty of how we do that, there's probably creative solutions. So I don't see there's any conflict between these different goals at this moment.
So I'm hearing a couple things, and I think apologies from me that we're mixing in here a question about what are your public benefit goals for the lease versus what are your broader public benefit goals for the land bank, and we've been talking about both. But I am hearing several of you say you want to be careful about loading too many requirements into the lease arrangement because of the challenges of farming here or anywhere in the islands. So that the list of requirements should be modest and targeted. And then there are other issues like public education where the farmer could play a role or not. But that's a conversation to be had down the road amongst yourselves and with a potential leasee. So I'm sort of hearing a couple of those big picture comments. Let's transition a little bit because we got a little more than 15 minutes here. Some of you have already talked about the benefits to the greater agricultural community, the sharing of resources, the sharing of equipment and services, the ability to do research on the land. Some of those ideas have already come out here, but if there are others of you who have not commented yet on what are the benefits to the greater agricultural community you'd like to see achieved at Coffelt? And again, you can speak to whether this is something you want to require of a leasee or encourage, or is just a broader agricultural community benefit. I think any of those three is possible. Miles?
I feel like I'm the quickest on the clicker for the hand raising.
This is you're quick on the Jeopardy button.
That's exactly right. Yeah, me and the robot. So I think I agree with what's been said about the greater ag community benefiting from the farm. One thing I think is an opportunity is training for future farmers. So that could look like different things. As an example, it could be employment or internships. I think holding workshops for farmers specifically would be a really valuable resource, and employment could also be a very beneficial thing for experienced farmers on the islands that already have farms, but it's a small production maybe, and they need to fill in their part-time work with other work to keep going. And so maybe Coffelt would be a good option. But I think that this is all, I would have this as a encouragement and not requirement on a lease, but training for other farmers.
Krista.
Yeah, I just want to keep clear between the big picture and then on the lease.
Yeah.
Because it gets tough to hang on to that for a while. So one thing I think would be, as a overall position, something that would be really nice to be able to consider is at least a location for equipment storage. I would not make it a requirement, for equipment co-op type of situation. I think if we are to service an agricultural benefit to more than the farmer on that property, it would be, I don't know if that can be done. I don't know if it's feasible because of the conservation easement, and it would require a commitment of funding from the land bank to build the structure to accommodate the equipment. I don't think the leasee should be expected to build an equipment storage shed or expected to manage the sharing of that equipment unless they chose to do that. But I think to provide an agricultural benefit, as we have with the mobile slaughtering unit, that might be something that could be investigated. And I think that's about it from anything that hasn't been already kind of commented. Education from the leasee's standpoint, if they're able to educate new farmers and are willing to do that, and it could be an incentive through their lease, that would be great. Whether or not the land bank wants to take on that, if the leasee doesn't, agricultural education, I don't know.
Okay, so equipment co-op opportunity. Sandy?
So I guess I would leave that, to me, a goal would be under agricultural community benefits would be, where practical, provide opportunities for shared facility or equipment, and stay away at this in setting our specific goals, and not get into the specific facilities. But I did want to point out that I checked with both the county planning department and the preservation trust and told them about equipment rental, facilities rental, the idea of a food co-op and shared storage and rental space. And I got positives from both of those. Some of those activities would require a conditional use permit with the county, but all the things, the ideas that we've discussed as broader benefits to the agricultural community appear to be allowable. And whether or not they should be required, I think I would like to say we're practical, because we just don't know yet. But I think it's a good goal would be to have as more things available to other farmers.
Okay, Krista.
Just to comment on that, I think, so that may come up in the next section. There are comments in a number of these reports that have said that the current carrying capacity of the equipment that's there, people have asked for expansion or sharing of those facilities, but they also have noted that it would require more infrastructure, expansion of storage facilities, and more water. So I think that would be one thing to consider before we made it a requirement of the leasee or the land bank, that we know we have to look at those. We have certain restrictions on what's possible now. I can't quote the exact report right now, but I know I saw it in at least one place where the assessment was to do any sharing of some of the facilities, especially storage, it would require more infrastructure.
Does that Krista, does that speak to Sandy's language where practical? In that you'd have to decide whether if something needed to be expanded or improved, there were the resources to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it just kind of, it muddies the water with, what you're asking a leasee to do. If you don't really know going into it, whether you're going to expand the facilities, it gets hard to write up a solid lease with someone so they feel comfortable about their future.
Jim.
Can you hear me?
Oh, that's a little better. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, I have so many thoughts about all this, but the majority of them are that I just think we're asking way too much of a lessee here. And I'd sure like to have the LUMs chime in on some of this discussion, because the notion of sharing equipment and those sorts of things, I mean, most of the time, if there's a piece of equipment that's needed, it's going to be needed by some other farmer at the same time it's needed by the farmer at Coffelt. I just think we're going down a rabbit hole here where we are requiring too much of the lessee, in addition to charging them for a lease. The whole thing, it just doesn't make much sense to me, in the sense in that we're not the farm. We're not farming. We shouldn't be telling the farmer what to do. We can make recommendations. I'm so much more in favor of the preferences rather than the requirements in this whole discussion. And to try and ask a lessee to educate the public, I mean, that shouldn't be their job at all. I just feel like we're getting into the minutia, but we're not really looking at the big picture here, in that farming is hard and it's expensive. And for us to be adding so many additional layers to it, I just, it doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, Jim. Let me just clarify something. I'm going to say this out loud to see if I'm tracking on the last 50 minutes of conversation. I think the actual list of requirements that I've heard from the commission members is pretty short. The requirements speak to food production, speak to safe and welcoming to the public, with conversation about how to manage public access with and coordinate public access with the land bank. And then there are an awful lot of public benefits or agricultural community benefits that it doesn't seem like the majority of commission members are saying would be required, but they'd like to explore how to achieve some of those benefits. Am I tracking on that? Are other members sort of, would your summary be similar to that or different than that? Let's see, we haven't heard anything from Lincoln. So Lincoln, Brian, Sandy.
Yeah, John, I was just going to add that I think one of the other required elements that came through here is maintaining or improving soil and water quality.
Yeah. Thank you. Brian?
Yes, John, I think you are tracking correctly in terms of requirements. I think the requirements should be minimal. The one that you haven't mentioned, and to me, the first baseline requirement is economic feasibility. As Jim said, the farmer has, the farm is a business, and the farmer has to stay in business, which is a big job in itself. So that's a basic requirement. The second to me would be, well, I would say ecological responsibility, and that doesn't really define anything, but for example, going back to comment Sandy made a while ago, limits to the number of animals if it's primarily a grazing lease. I think that's a requirement. Certainly riparian buffers should be a requirement in the lease, but those are all very specific. But things that are consistent with the land bank's responsibilities for good stewardship and management. To me, yeah, you're right. The other things are things we'd like to see, but they should be encouraged.
Sandy?
So to me, this conversation really separates what I'm not considering what we are going to ask of a lessee specifically. This, I thought, was to talk about our overall goals of what we wanted to provide and would like to provide. And I realize then it will get into the impacts on the lessee, so it has to be reasonable. But I would tick the box for require, and it's not require of the lessee. This is of a land bank goal would be to meet the goal, rise to the goal of educating young farmers and the general public on sustainable farming practices. And whether that translates into a lease of the lessee allowing access for a different entity to come in 3 times a year to do a workshop, that gets into the details. But I think that we owe it to the original seller of the farm to honor the understanding that we will use this opportunity to provide an educational component. I don't think that's optional in my mind.
Krista, and then we're coming up to noon, so we're gonna have our lunch break here in just a moment.
So I would just say quickly, that's what I'm saying, is that we are looking at requirements of the land bank based on all the discussions, the public input that's come in on a number of documents and discussions. I think having it remain a farm, producing good and healthy food for the community is a requirement of the land bank to make sure that happens. I love the way you phrase it, making it a welcoming place to the public. I think it sits strongly in the hearts of Orcas, and I think we're required to make that keep that tone. The soil and water is a given, that is our responsibility. And I think the education component, whether it's youth, public, or agriculture, I think the land bank has a requirement to look at the possibilities of that. So that's what I'm looking at. And to speaking to Jim's comment, I think farming is big. And if there's some way within these requirements to allow a potential leasee to step up and say, I can fulfill that and that and that, if it's not required, say the education or the welcoming place, and a farmer comes up and says, I can do this, this, and this, and they don't do that for free. We're going to we've been suggested to set a pretty steep lease rate, and I'm looking for ways to make farming possible. And if they're going to step up and take on some of our responsibility through education, soil improvement, whatever, that we work out a way to adjust that lease rate to make it easier for them to do that, because we are adding on to what they're doing already just as farmers. But some people have that capacity and can do it, and other people will choose not to. And then we'll look at the lease rates accordingly, I guess.
So Krista, I think you just provided a very nice summary of the conversation for the last hour, and you've kind of made a comment that is a segue to the conversation later this afternoon around lease rate and what you think a lease rate should be and where you think there could be some trade-offs. I think we'll get deep into that conversation this afternoon, but I think your summary of those 4 areas, food production, welcoming place to the public, soil and water quality, and an education component without necessarily a requirement, but a sort of a conversation with the leasee about that, I think that was a nice summary. Okay, take a lunch break. We've got a half hour. I think that's right. Yes, and then back, and we're going to talk about the reserve. Let's see, Sandy, I should know this. Did you say we were going to have another public comment period right
Yes.
after lunch?
Just for 10 minutes, if there's anyone from the public who would like to comment.
Okay. And I know that everybody, including the members of the public, have schedules to keep, but there were some specific requests from commissioners who would like to hear from some of the farmers about the conversation they just had about public benefits and ag community benefits. So hope some of you can stay with us, and we'll see you. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I don't think that we should, during the discussion, the LUMs have provided a really detailed interview and a follow-up interview. And so all the materials there that's showing the things that they're able to do on the farm and that they have been doing, providing public access and education. So I would just personally not like to see us take up time hearing about that again, because we have that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. See everybody at 12:30.
Somebody just mentioned models. Doug mentioned models. To look at models before we start looking at, you know, the real nitty gritty lease charges and things like that. But I think what we should do is look at model number 1 and consider that, first of all, what would we put in?
Jim, let me interrupt for just a minute.
Hold
on. You were launching into your suggestion about those different model options. Before we do that, we have kind of a suggestion on the floor that we just have to decide. We shouldn't take a lot of time with this because we don't want to talk process, but Doug is suggesting, let's talk about the models before we talk about the investment. Krista and Sandy, because Sandy did so much work to put this together, we're suggesting the investments are going to need to get made, not regardless of any model, but for many of the models, you've got to make decisions about investments. And so that should be first. But
and I'm fine switching to doing models out of the way. I'm fine with that.
Krista said she was flexible too. So Doug, we'll pursue your suggestion now. And Jim, before I come back to you, so sorry I interrupted, you can continue your comment, but let's just set the stage for a moment because we're flipping the order here. So the agenda includes 6 model options. And what we're trying to understand here are a couple of questions. Are there any that you would just flat out take off the list? Are there any that you prefer and why? And are you open to more than one model? I mean, those are sort of the 3 questions that are here on the agenda. So Jim, and so I'm still hearing somebody, I can still hear somebody's mic is on and you're not muted. Not sure who that is. Jim, I'm going to turn it back to you. You were starting to comment on your view about those 6 models.
Okay. what I think we should start with is figuring out what we would include in an adjusted or updated conservation easement in terms of what we would require and or prefer of in terms of that conservation easement in being an encumbrance on the property, if in fact we were to sell the farm. So what I'm trying to say is let's use that as a starting point to talk about our commitment to the people that we bought the farm from, and our commitment to the community, and our commitment to farming in the San Juan Islands. What would we want that conservation easement to look like if in fact we did not own the farm? And then from there, work on the other models and, take it as it comes. But I just think that we're talking here about some of the real meat of the matter, which are, what are our obligations to the people we bought the farm from, and what are our obligations to the general community of the San Juan Islands, of San Juan County, and then build upon that with the other 5 models. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure that it does, but can I come back to you in just a minute? 'Cause I'm not sure. Lincoln, do you have some kind of clarifying response around the conservation easement? And then Lincoln, and then Sandy. Go ahead, Lincoln, and we'll come back to you, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, John. I was going to say that I don't think we'd have to do a conservation easement. If the commission decided to sell the farm, there is a conservation easement held by the San Juan Preservation Trust. So I don't think we would need to do anything like that. There are obviously other issues with selling the farm, but I don't think that the easement is something that we really have to focus on.
Sandy, hold on just a sec. Doug, your virtual hand is still up. You want to be in the queue? Okay, so
I do.
Okay, Sandy, and then Doug, and then Jim. Maybe we'll come back to you.
So my suggestion would be that we take model number 1 off the table for consideration, because for several reasons. One, there's a life estate in the farm, which really inhibits selling the farm. And secondly, we have no public support for selling the farm. We have strong public support for keeping the farm. And so I see no reason to even consider model number 1. And I'd like to see us get that off the list.
Okay. Doug? You're on mute, Doug.
I'm sorry. I agree with Sandy. Number 1 should be off the list for the reason she stated. And I think numbers, from my standpoint, 3, 4, 5, and 6 should be off. I would like to throw out a number 7, which is a lease with an option to buy, or from our standpoint, an option to sell or a first right of refusal. We do have the issue of coming up for reauthorization in 2026. And I agree with Sandy that there's strong support to maintain Coffelt Farms, but I do think that the land bank should keep open the option that if we are not renewed, because Coffelt Farm has been fairly expensive, we should still have that option to sell at that time. So my proposal basically is adding a new lease with an option to buy. And with regard to
the lease agreement, I do think that we have to talk about, are we going to do a lease agreement through 2026? Or are we going to do a longer lease agreement that's going to ignore the possible impact of being reauthorized?
We will get to that question, Doug, I promise. That's a little later in the agenda. But before we transition to Jim and Miles and then Jim, could you just speak for a second? You said you would agreed with Sandy about taking 1 off the list. You also would take 3, 4, 5, and 6 off the list. And I just wondered if you could speak to that quickly.
Well, because of our past experience, I just think that the property is more suited to a single lessee. I think it's going to be much more difficult from a management standpoint for us to deal with any of the other options. And I just simply think that given our experience that we've had with the Lums and given our experience that we had with the Coffelt Farm stewards, that to me really kind of directs me to a single farmer lease.
Okay, thank you. Miles, Jim, and then Krista.
Yeah, as far as models, I would exclude. I'm kind of in agreement with Doug. The first one, I think selling the farm at this point, I think that this is a great opportunity for the land bank to be a part of this property in the future. I think the future for Coffelt Farm is very bright, and it would be kind of a shame for the land bank to step out of it at this point if we can be a part of that. So I think model 1, take it out. And then the other ones I find are either, if the primary purpose is to produce food that can be consumed locally on island, then some of the other models are problematic, as well as just the relationship between the leasee and the land bank will be problematic. So for me, the model number 2, single farmer lease, is both the simplest, and I think this was mentioned in one of the letters we received public comment that it's also the one that's proven effective. Sydney and Vern were able to manage the farm, and then also Eric and Amy are managing the farm, which my perception is they're doing it very well. So it seems like it has a sort of empirical support for it being successful. So model 2 is my preferred, and I don't put a lot of weight on the others unless there was a really good example of how it has worked elsewhere for other land trusts.
Thanks, Miles. Jim, and then Krista, and then Sandy.
Okay, I think we're trying to shove under the carpet the very messy past of land bank ownership of Coffelt Farm, and I think that's a mistake. I think also that it's on the list. It was put on this list, that some of these other ones were put on this list for a reason, for discussion, and to just summarily dismiss them all except for one kind of defeats the purpose of this whole discussion in my mind. And I think we need to pay attention to the fact that the Lums are doing a great job, and I'm thrilled about that. However, there is a very messy past, and we cannot ignore that. And part of that messy past involves, the question that was often asked is, why are we involved in this? And I just think that to just dismiss it all is a mistake. And my comment about the conservation easement is this, and I think that, sure, Lincoln says that it's not an issue really, but I think that if in fact somewhere down the line we were to sell the farm for whatever reason, that the conservation easement would have to be revised and restated, I think, given whatever the situation may be. So that's my main comment, is that we can't dismiss the messy past. And we have to learn from that and either move forward in some way. And I believe, yeah, the one that makes the most sense is the single farmer lease. But I don't think we can dismiss everything else.
So Jim, let me just ask you about your comments. Are there any on this list that you think are not viable, should not be on the list? I hear you say that the model number 2 is probably your preferred approach, but you shouldn't dismiss the others. I'm just trying to understand, would you leave them all on the table, or are there some that you would take off?
Well, I would leave them all on the table because they are on the table and they were put on the table for a reason.
Okay.
And I wouldn't dismiss any of them.
Okay.
Because I mean, do we know what any of those look like? And you know, because all we've really ever done is number 2. And you know, trying to fold all these other things in, like nonprofit education and research and multiple farm enterprises and all those sorts of things. I don't see how we can reasonably dismiss all of that.
Okay, Krista.
Okay, so I would say at first glance, or not first glance, after reading all this stuff, my initial impression is that I would take number 1 off the table for today's discussion. It is a future possibility, but we have enough to do today. I don't want to try to rewrite a conservation easement. My preference would be to discuss the single farmer lease as my first discussion one. And then I look at the multiple lease with multiple enterprises as a possibility, number 3. And the nonprofit education and research farm, I don't have great comfort in looking at that as the entity, the single entity, unless we were to just sell it to them, as in number 1. But I'm trying to look at a single leasee who may not have interest or capability to do the education or research component that we have set as a goal for the property. And there might be, you know, WSU Extension, there could be other agencies or entities that could be contracted with to provide and meet those other goals. So that's why I would consider number 4 in combination with 2 or 3, I guess I'm saying. And I would not look at 5. I can't imagine the county wanting to take on a farm. And the number 6, I would not look at. I think it's untested and there's just not enough known about it. I think, and to speak to Jim, I think these things are on here because they came out of the CART report as potential options or models that we could consider. And they gave an assessment of each one of those, or description of each one of those. And then some questions were asked that were responded to by them in terms of the viability or the complicated nature, whatever, the characteristics of some of those different models. And so based on that feedback, for me, I am inclined towards the single farmer lease and potentially a multi-lease, but I'm less engaged with that one.
Thanks, Krista. Sandy, and then Lincoln.
Yes, so echoing what Krista said and then adding some qualifiers. For me, number 5, county or other public entity. County has no capacity or expertise. So I don't think that we want to consider that. I'm not sure what other public entity there could be. If there was another public entity, they would need to have a proven track record of running this sort of thing. Number 6, we don't, is complex. We have no established operating model. So then going back to, you know, number 2, model number 2, single farmer lease, we do have an example of that working. So that's my highest comfort level. However, I would be open to the other number 3 and 4 with some caveats. Multiple leases with multiple farm enterprises. So I personally would only, that's complicated. And I think the only way that I would want to see the land bank involved in that is if we had one single entity and that entity handled subleasing so that we are not involved in multiple leases. So that would involve whether it's, you know, an agricultural group or something. So I would leave, when we put the RFP out, you know, leave it open for someone to come in and say, here, we have this group of farmers and here's our proposal. And I'd like to hear what that is. And the same thing for nonprofit education and research farm. But I do want to, as Miles said, keep in mind that the number one priority, not just for us, but also for the community based on the multiple surveys, is providing food and strengthening food security for Orcas. So I wouldn't want to subvert that by changing the primary mission into being research and education. I think providing food is still the top priority. However, I would also be open to proposals from a proven nonprofit entity that has a track record doing this, providing food and providing all of these things. I would not be open to a startup nonprofit venture.
Thanks, Sandy. Lincoln?
So Sandy hit on the point that I was going to make, which is really it's the qualitative difference between some of these, and in particular, obviously, if we're going to retain the farm, that's quite different than us trying to find somebody else to run it. But also the multiple lease question, I think, is really difficult. I would agree with Sandy that if we were going to go that way, it would be really highly preferable to work with one entity who's going to basically sublease or do something like that. And my issue is just if we're going out to lease the property to someone and we get someone who wants to lease the whole property versus an entity that wants to lease some portion of it, or maybe, you know, two entities that want to lease half of it, it just gets enormously complicated. And I think that model 3, if there's going to be one entity we're dealing with, is really kind of an extension of number 2, frankly. So that I'm just trying to introduce that complexity as a problem if we were to go with that open multiple leases concept.
Krista, before you jump back in, I'll come to you next, but David and Brian, haven't heard from you. So after Krista, if you have any thoughts about which of these model options you prefer, which you'd take off the list, if any, what you're open to, would like to know that. Krista.
I just wanted to respond to Doug's suggestion of a number 7. I'm intrigued by that, not as a possibility for being included in a lease agreement, the option to buy or right of first refusal.
Okay. David?
Yeah, I think that number 2 is clearly the choice for us right now. I think there's some issues with that in the way that it might play out, but I think right now that's our best call. I don't really see any likelihood of number 4, number 5, or number 6. I see some small likelihood that number 3 might work if we were approached by the right people to do that. I can imagine some scenario where maybe the loans would say, okay, we're going to continue, but we're not going to continue everything we've been doing. And these other folks are going to take over a part of this operation. And and then we'd have 2 tenants. I don't think that's very likely, but I think it could work. And I think number 1 is probably off the table.
And I haven't asked others this, but since Krista just chimed in, your reaction to Doug's notion of I don't know if it's a new number 7 or a hybrid for number 2, but the option to buy.
I mean, maybe, but I think the first thought I have about that is who could afford that? We're talking about something that doesn't pencil out without below market rent. So I don't know.
Okay. Brian, do you have any thoughts on this? And then Sandy, I'll come back to you.
I think I agree with most of what's been said, John. I would eliminate number 1 and let's see, I'm switching screens here. Number 5, the county ownership. That's really not a possibility. I would leave open the other possibilities, even though recognizing that some of them are not probabilities. I agree that probably the single farmer lease is the most promising model in terms of folks that would reply to an RFP and also probably the most promising for success. But on the other hand, who knows? I mean, there might be interesting models proposed. For example, nonprofit education, maybe the conservation district, or maybe UW, or rather
WSU.
Yeah, WSU might want to, lease it and do something like that. And I just leave that possibility open, however unlikely. But I think I agree with everything else that's been said.
Sandy?
So I just wanted to comment on option 7. I personally don't think that we should consider a lease option for the same, at least not at this point, for the same reason. Am I?
You said we shouldn't consider a lease option. You mean a sell option?
Well, a lease with an option to purchase.
Option to buy. Yeah. Okay.
That's not what I'm looking for, because that means you go ahead and then basically the lessee has the option to decide if they want to purchase the farm, and I'm not willing to sell the farm. As restated, there is no public support for selling the farm. We may, when we after we get to renewal, if we don't renew and it's something that has to get looked at, that's a whole different story. But for this scenario, what we're planning for the next 5 years, I'm not willing to consider that option number 7. I would like to add a number 8 though. And I'm not sure exactly what this would look like. I'm just tossing it out there. And that would be a combination of a single farmer lease for, let's say, the vast majority of the farm, with reserved areas outside of that would be shared areas for all farmers, that the lessee could use the area and other farmers can use the area. And that's kind of what we talked about earlier in terms of providing access for other farmers to use the farm stand and things like that. And so that's kind of just a variation of number 2, would be kind of outlining what would be shared. So as opposed to the entire farm within the control of one lessee.
David, and then Krista, and then Brian.
So this is a question, I guess, for Sandy and maybe Brian, or maybe others. you're saying that there's no public support for selling the farm. So what I've seen is that all of the public comments that came in and are part of the packet for today's meeting are all very favorable about the current arrangement. Is there anything else out there? I mean, did we get, did we not get other types of comments because of people not wanting to stick their head up or anything like that?
Well, we got the whole, the cart report, they put out a huge survey to people. That was the initial feedback that we got. That was pages of input. And I don't actually remember. I have to go back and look at it again because I don't think we gave the option to sell the property. But the first thing that came back was supporting agricultural economic activity. Second was food security, food production in San Juan County. So we got a lot of input from the public, and they talked a bit about different. As I recall, a lot of people kind of favored the simplicity of a single leasee, but I wouldn't stake my dog on that. But we have a number of documents that we got public input from. So did we ask the question, do you want us to sell the farm? I don't think we asked that question directly.
It was, sorry.
Go ahead. I just wanted to see if David had anything else to ask or add.
Well,
I was going to answer his question.
Okay, why don't you give your answer and then David will come back to you, and then still Krista and Brian in the queue.
So there was, and I'm looking for it, I can't put my finger on it right at this moment, but it was a statement, a seed statement in the Polis survey, which several hundred people responded to. Someone made a seed statement. The land bank should sell Coffelt Farm. And it was, maybe it wasn't zero, but it was a very few handful that said sell the farm versus the vast majority opposed that statement. So that's where I'm getting that. We're also not getting any letters suggesting or any public comments through the CART report and the CART process and anything else. Nobody else is saying we should sell the farm.
Good. I mean, my question is partly about what you're hearing as opposed to what we're getting through official channels, but you sound confident. Thank you.
Krista and then Brian.
Just a quick clarification with Sandy on that option 8. How is that different than option 3, multiple leases? You have one, you're just saying the size of the lease is, you have one farmer that's taking most of the property, and then there's other properties set aside for a number of farmers. Is that not the same as model 3, multiple leases with multiple farmers?
I guess in a way it could be, in that maybe the second lease is with the agricultural, it's not the committee, but there's another agricultural group who could potentially manage the shared areas as a food co-op and equipment sharing and those kinds of things. So I guess you're right, in that way it would potentially be multiple leases, although I don't foresee charging rent for facilities. I don't know, but yes, you're right, it could be considered that.
Brian?
Krista just asked the question I'm going to.
Okay. Well, I want to try and summarize. I think we have some really strong consensus around one point, and then less clear to me what the consensus is on a couple of other points. But before I do that, I know I asked David about Doug's suggestion. Krista said she's intrigued. Sandy said she's not in favor of an option to buy. It could turn into that depending on the results of reauthorization, but wouldn't be in favor of that now. Others want to comment really quick, or just give me a thumbs up, thumbs down on Doug's option 7. I'd like to understand, is there support for that idea or not? the notion of having a lease with an option to sell, particularly with a mind towards not knowing the outcome of the next authorization vote. So let's see, Jim is a thumbs up. Miles, you have a comment or question?
I guess I'm confused about I'm just not sure how that would work. Again, I'm kind of with David in that if someone's a farmer's leasing the land and they're breaking even, or, not really making a profit, how are they going to have a bill, or where are they going to get a budget for a 1.3 million or however many dollars for I guess I'm just confused about why that would be an option. And I also feel like if we're going to sell it, let's just sell it from the get-go, which I personally don't want to see happen. And it sounds like other commissioners aren't into that. So I guess I'm just confused what the advantage of that would be for both the benefit of the farm. Like, why would the farm be better off if that happened, and why would the land bank benefit from that? So I guess I just know much why that would be helpful.
Sandy?
Yeah, just wanted to state again that if we're not open to model number 1, selling the farm, then I don't think we should be open to a lease with giving the lessee the option of purchasing the farm. I'm just personally not willing to even consider that. This is an enormous community asset with a lot of support behind it. There's growing concern and prioritizing this for food security for the community. So the idea of selling it and losing some control over all the reasons why we purchased it doesn't appeal to me at all. So I'm just not willing to consider a lease option.
Thank you. Krista?
Well, I would try to convince you that you might want to hold on to that option, only because I don't understand what you said. You said that if giving them the option to buy means that they just can't come in and say, we want to buy it, or maybe that does mean that. What I would say is give them right of first refusal. If we at some point make the decision to sell, we're taking that off the table right now because we have no need to do that. But if renewal is unsuccessful and we start prioritizing preserves and we look at the farm and say, it might be best if we sought out a purchaser, a farmer, or an entity to purchase this and continue the farm, why not give the existing leasee the first crack at that? I'm assuming that you've had someone in there for quite a while that's put a lot of time and energy into the farm, and we don't know what their circumstances are. I mean, they might go out, they might have won the lotto on Wednesday night, although I thought I did. So we don't know what their circumstances are, and they could be able to put together a purchase however they did that. But if they're given the right of first refusal, I think it's just a nod to the commitment and the time and energy that's presumably an existing leasee has put into that property. So I see it as a no cost to us, just looking to the future. If it looks like it gives that farmer, whoever's in there, some security that it's not just going to be sold out from underneath them. They might be given an opportunity to create some entity on their own to purchase the land. I guess that's what. So think about that.
David, Jim, Sandy, Doug.
I guess I want to just express my feeling that right now with our current situation, where we have an awesome tenant. I mean, it's working out as well as it possibly could. So we're all inclined to continue that, I think. It could easily change. There's any number of possible circumstances where it wouldn't continue the way it is with the LUMs. And if that were to come to pass, we might have to look at this completely differently. But right now, we're in a very good position.
Jim? You're on mute.
Yep. I think we cannot lose sight of the fact that a first right of refusal has value. And we don't just give that away. So that has to be part of the part of the equation if we were to consider that. First rights of refusal, or there's tremendous value in that right. And, you know, whether it's the Lums or somebody else that wants to pay for that first right of refusal in some way, shape, or form, typically monetarily, then yeah, but let's not be giving that stuff away.
Thank you, Sandy.
So if what we're talking about is right now that we're going to put out an RFP for a lease and that we will consider writing a lease that would have a first right of refusal or first right to purchase in it, I, at this point, would be opposed to that, because that we already are subject to, are we giving, you know, if we go with the single farmer model again, there are a few, it's a small minority, but of people who feel like just even people paying the lease to be there and work is some kind of unfair advantage. And so what if, let's say we decide to sell the farm and it's WSU or someone else would like to say, you know, they want to purchase it, and it's a purchaser who we feel would be assured to continue things in a manner that would fulfill our objectives. I think that we need to, if we decide to sell at some point, we need to open it up and consider those options. And just by virtue of the lease that has an expiration date, when it has an expiration date, a lessee knows that that's the period of time that they're guaranteed to have the property. And I just, anyways, kind of saying the same thing, but I'm opposed to writing in a first right to purchase with a lessee when we don't even know when we would want to sell, what the conditions would be, and who else might be interested in purchasing it.
Doug?
Well, I guess my thought was with the first right of refusal, if we have a tenant in there that has performed over the lease term, and then all of a sudden we have the need to sell the property, I just think that it's a matter of fairness to let that person have a shot at the first right of refusal. I do agree that probably under these circumstances at this time, putting in an option to buy is not practical. It's just something I wanted to throw out there because I think ultimately it's not a bad result to have the person who has been farming the land and has been carrying on end up owning that property and being able to continue it as a owner of the property. Quite frankly, I think that that would be absolutely the best result for Coffelt Farm as far as I'm concerned. And as far as I think fairness to all the islands, I think that would be the best thing. But you know, I'm looking for consensus on this, and if we don't have consensus, let's just move on.
Thank you, Doug. So here's where we do have consensus. All but one of you had said that your preferred option is number 2. There, we've got pretty strong consensus about it. I want to acknowledge Jim doesn't agree with that view, but the rest of you said that's your preference. Where I was hearing a bit of some disagreement is whether or not you would be open to some combination of options 3 and 4, multiple leases, maybe an arrangement with nonprofit education or research. Some of you said you'd like to leave open that possibility. Some of you said, you know, let's just move ahead with a single farmer lease and not complicate it and be done with it. So if some of you heard it differently than me, please chime in, but that's one, I don't know, Sandy and Lincoln, sort of how to move forward given that we have consensus around one piece, but maybe still not quite as much consensus around whether you're open to a situation of a multiple lease scenario. Yes, David?
So this is a question for whoever can answer it. When we put out an RFP, are we specifying who can respond? Are we saying you have to be a single farmer, you have to be a this or that, or are we just saying we have this property, we want to rent it, we need to accomplish these objectives, and what do you got?
I can respond to that, Charlie, here. At this point, yeah, we've mostly done that. We've specified what's available. Sometimes it's specific to hay harvest only or grazing and haying, lay out what the resource is and the potential. So we haven't restricted it to certain models. This one's certainly the most dynamic.
But we could, we could get anybody responding to an RFP. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
We could get WSU saying, hey, we want to come in and do a 10-year thing here. We could get the loan saying, hey, we're done, we're retired. We don't know.
Yes, anybody can respond, and you don't know what the responses will be. Those are correct statements. Krista and Lincoln and I and Sandy are both feeling the need to kind of move to the investment conversation, and I'm just not quite clear how to resolve the one area where you didn't have strong consensus about remaining open to multiple leases. So let's stick on that for just a moment, as opposed to introducing new concepts here. Krista and then Lincoln.
Yeah, my question is about that. If we put out this RFP, and that's a whole nother thing to get into, but that document is written in such a way, as it's been said, anyone can apply. So potentially we could have two farmers submit a joint response with a plan to share the property. That could be a possibility, I guess. Would that be correct, Charlie, or anybody? So that model may present itself, even though it's not a first choice for anyone. It sounds like some of us are willing to consider that. So it may naturally happen in the course of an RFP being responded to, that two or more farmers could submit a joint operating agreement of some sort that we could, if we haven't taken it off the table, at least then we're open to looking at that response on its merits, I guess. Is that correct?
Lincoln, do you want to respond to that, and then whatever comment you have?
Yeah, well, I think that's right. I mean, the comment that I was going to make really is about the qualitative difference between some of these, where with 2, 3, 4, and 6, you're issuing an RFP, and you could potentially get something from any of those, which I think is fine, honestly. The number 1 and number 5 are qualitatively different. You're not going to issue an RFP in that case, so that it would be helpful to at least cross those two off the list, to narrow it down that way.
I think the answer to that is yes. I think, again, not necessarily unanimous, but I think the large majority of you said you would take those off the list. Brian, do you have a thought here? You're on mute, Brian. Brian, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry about that. Just one comment, John, regarding your consensus summary. You didn't include number 6, the regional vertically integrated cooperative. And I'm not sure we do have consensus for that, but I would personally argue to leave that on the list, because we had earlier in the meeting, we had a very strong statement, or I guess it was a letter to the land bank regarding just that kind of function, and saying that was needed in the community, in the county and citing some examples of what it might look like. I'm not sure that any kind of organization exists like that now, but I would point out that also that could be run and managed by a single lessor or lessee rather. And it's a business opportunity. I think we should leave it on the list.
So Lincoln and Sandy, I just need some guidance from you here because I know you want to, we would need to move on.
Let's move on. Basically, we've decided we are not selling the farm. We're considering selling it at this point in time, and we're not adding those provisions into a lease. So our next step is that we will be issuing an RFP, and it sounds like we'll see what we get and go from there.
Well, I think there is some work to be, we're going to talk later about how an RFP gets drafted and who's involved in that. There is some work to be done about whether and how you would want to describe this notion of multiple leases, working with a nonprofit, the idea that Brian just introduced. I will say, Brian, nobody else has felt strongly about that, but if you wanted to introduce that, how you would incorporate those ideas into an RFP. And so that is conversation that would have to happen around the development of the RFP. Does that make sense, Sandy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have consensus around preferred option and some ones to take off the list, but still some conversation to be had around several of the options.
Yeah, although I'm not sure that we specify any of this in the RFP. And so I don't know that we have to talk about it.
I think that's right.
We just put it out there, and it's good to know that we are open to considering multiple different options that might work.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to add, if I could,
yeah, quickly, Charlie, because we've got to move on here.
okay, I'll just let you move on and see where it goes.
You can also put something in chat that we can, because we're going to
Sure.
shift gears here. We're going to shift to the investment question.
Okay, shift on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So the item that we had thought during this period would take most of the time for conversation is about the reserve study. And the questions that were posed in the agenda were whether or not the commission should adopt the 10-year maintenance budget and expenditures per the reserve study. And if not, what changes would you recommend and why? Let me just very quickly, I won't leave this up on the screen, but let me share. That's just the page from the report on the lease rate and reserve study recommendations. This is just the 10-year summary of what was in that reserve study. I can bring that back up on the screen at some point if we need to, but would welcome your thoughts about whether or not the right expenditures are identified and whether or not the commission should adopt the recommendations to invest in those pieces of infrastructure. Krista.
Just before we get going on this discussion, I would like to, as I looked at these figures and looked at the things that they were assessing, I just want to know how people are viewing these expenditures, because on the reserve study, I see that as a capital maintenance type of expense spreadsheet. Like, these are big investments on things that will have a lasting value. It's kind of their replacement as we're working through it in a logical way. I don't see them under the maintenance and repair type of category on annual maintenance. And I could be wrong, but this is just how I'm kind of, I approached it. And so if that's kind of a correct assumption, then I would ask us to sort of stay focused and separate this 10-year expenditure on capital maintenance versus what we're going to set aside in the budget for annual maintenance and repair costs that were kind of outlined in that spreadsheet or that table that listed all the preserves and what they've cost over the past 10 years or something. Because I think there is a bit of a difference between annual repair and maintenance to keep things going versus investments in fencing, and the electrical. And the electrical I wouldn't even put in there to be considered at all because it's a safety issue. And I think we just have to get it done and just bite the bullet on that. So I even pulled that out. So I just wanted to try to seek some clarity before we start throwing around numbers as maintenance or whatever, that we know how we're categorizing these expenditures.
So you're making the distinction between a capital replacement project that supports the long-term sustainability of the infrastructure versus what is sort of ongoing annual maintenance requirement. Is that the distinction you're making here?
Yes, and I would say the distinction would come up even later with the lease agreement between capital maintenance, which I think largely we should be responsible for, that's my opinion, and capital improvement that a farmer might request to expand. That's a whole nother thing in terms of expanding their operations. But I am making a distinction between this 10-year plan to rejuvenate the infrastructure so it continues to be a viable agricultural operation and it doesn't deteriorate into the ground, and the difference between that and just wear and tear and maintenance things that we decide to do or normally come up during the course of a year on any preserve.
So I'll get to David, Peter, and Brian. But before I do, when you look at that list that I put up on the screen, then given the way you're thinking about this, Krista, how does that translate into what you think should be land bank investments?
When I look at that list, the only other question I have was around the fencing, because I think I would adopt this 10-year capital maintenance budget. But I did have a question about the fencing and the investment into interior fencing that might be protecting ecologically sensitive areas and interior fencing that may or may not accommodate a farmer's operation. I look at perimeter fencing as being something that at a minimum we should provide with the farm, but the interior fencing, I'd like to have some discussion about that. Not very lengthy, but I'm just kind of curious, is that where we should be putting money, or is that something that can be done with electrical fencing so a farmer can move paddocks around and fields around? And I just don't want to put posts in the ground and then find out that they don't really help the farmer where we put them. So in general, I would adopt that 10-year maintenance budget, but I would look at an annual budget separately.
Thank you, Krista. David, and then Peter.
I guess I looked at the.
Oops, you just went on mute.
The host muted me. I would. We might be able to get by for 10 years on what he projected, but it could also go a lot higher. And obviously it has a lot to do with sort of what standards we decide to stick with in terms of how we keep things up and what we invest in. But I think he's on the low end of what's likely. So that's just my take. I mean, if I had $300,000 to maintain that property for 10 years, that I think that'd be challenging.
Peter?
Back to Krista's questions, I guess. I think the reserve study doesn't do a great job of distinguishing between routine maintenance and capital improvements, but the routine maintenance is in there. It's in those estimates. I mean, he attempted to factor in gravel for the road each year and things like that. Within the leased area, we will have additional expenditures in the broader preserve that will be part of the annual budgeting process. And to David's comment, I think it's true. I mean, I view that 10-year estimate as kind of a baseline, subject to all the the bidding that's going to happen. Prices have been escalating left and right. I think of those projects that were identified, there's probably the most gray area around the fencing, particularly the interior fencing. And I worked with him a little to say, well, maybe we should do this one and not this one. Some of them relate to separation between the wetland, for example, and the broader field. Some of the interior fences are just in particularly poor shape. But I think a lot of that can be worked out with whoever ends up leasing the farm longer term. Those might not be a priority. We might not pay for them. I mean, that was definitely the gray area to me.
Jim, I see you have your hand up. Brian, you had your hand up, but it is no longer. I just want to make sure you don't have a comment any longer.
Yeah, John, thank you. Krista pretty much again made the comment that I was going to.
Okay.
I guess though, to answer the question of do we agree with the proposed expenditures and timeline, I'd like to ask a question of staff and I guess particularly of Peter. On the timeline, I noticed that the expenses which you just put up on the screen, John, are very, very uneven year to year, which is a tough way to do for the land bank to do an annual budget. Peter, do you recommend that schedule, or is there a smoother way to amortize that expenditure?
I think it can be smoothed out. In his first draft, he had all those expenditures on year one, and resisted greatly as I tried to get him to spread them out. I think we will go through our annual budgeting process, look at those individual potential projects, and do them in the order that I think they need to happen. And I think the overall number is a good starting point. How it will play out over the 10 years remains to be determined. I'm about to put out a request for quotes for the electrical work. There's an estimate in that. I hope to get started on that early in 2022. But much depends on contractors' availability and ability to finish up. But yeah, I hope to spread it over that period in a logical way, working with the lessee to see what makes sense first.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I would be inclined to follow staff's recommendation on that. I don't think that the year-to-year expenditures are really a commission matter, but really it's the overall financial commitment to the farm that I think we're talking about.
Thanks, Brian. Jim, apologies, I wasn't skipping over you. Brian had his hand up, and so I just wanted to check and see if his hand had gone down inadvertently or not. So now, Jim, please, and I apologize if it felt like I was skipping your comment. And then Doug, you'll be next.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna draw a hard line in the sand here, and that is with regards to any perception in this county that county funds are supporting a private business. Clearly, in the CART report, there was a smaller but not insignificant percentage of people that farmers on in the county, and more specifically probably on Orcas, that have said that the land bank ownership of Coffelt Farm has affected their business negatively. We can't even allow 12%, and that it's just a perception, I think, that is going to shoot this all in the foot. And I think we need to be very, very careful about what public monies we put in to that operation. And being someone who privately manages farmland too and has lessees, you know, there has to be real clear lines as to what the owner is responsible for and what the lessee is responsible for. And any gray areas need to be dealt with immediately, because it will be a negative perception, especially with a looming reauthorization.
So Jim, are you suggesting that you would not support any of those expenditures that were listed in that reserve study as a land bank expenditure?
Well, I didn't get a chance to really look at that list that you posted, that you put up on the screen there, and I can't find it in any of the materials that I've received. But I think it's pretty clear, you know, what is and what is not the responsibility of the land bank as the owner. So I'd have, in order to answer your question fully, I'd have to see that list again.
Okay.
It's in the reserve study.
Doug, and then Krista.
You know, the question being asked is, should the commission adopt the proposed 10-year maintenance budget and schedule recommended in the reserve study? And my answer to that is no. And part of that's based on what Peter said. I'm fully in support of getting the electrical done and the price of the electrical for this year. I just don't think that we are at the place where we can decide what we're going to spend for the next 10 years on Coffelt Farms. I mean, we've spent, I think, over $100,000 a year since 2019. And I just don't think that we're at that place. And I think it's premature to do so until we know what our lease arrangement is going to be with the lessee coming up. And I'm not saying the dollar figures are are unreasonable, but I just don't think that we have enough information, and I think it's premature.
Doug, I'm not trying to argue your point whatsoever, but I'm just curious how you're thinking about this. Does a decision that the land bank would make about committing to these improvements impact how a potential leasee might respond to your RFP? Is that a consideration for you at all?
No, I think why I think it's premature is that, you know, we will put out an RFP. Is our plan to put out an RFP and say, this is our budget, this is what we're going to spend each year. And that's going to be our only responsibility with regard to the property. And you as lessee are going to be responsible for everything else. It just struck me that we've never done this before with any property. And I just don't see the reason to do it now. We have some things that need to be done now. The electrical, anything that is life safety, it's our responsibility. We need to get in, we need to do it, no matter what that costs. But also a 10-year thing that takes us past reauthorization. And we don't know what's going to be happening then. We know that we're going to have to cut expenses if we're not reauthorized. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me to commit ourselves to a 10-year period of time.
Thank you. Krista, and then Sandy.
So to speak to Doug, I'm wondering if instead of saying commit to 10 years, can we accept this document as a guidance for anticipated expenses? I mean, I'm trying to understand right now, the point is spending the money on the reserve study if we're not doing anything with the data that we've received. I understand not wanting to do a hard stop and commit to this money every year. I'm okay with maybe not doing that, but are we giving any credence to the figures that are in there, and how are we using them then as we move forward? Because the whole point was to find out how much this asset, this preserve, was truly going to be costing us over the next 10 years. So that's one of my questions. I'll ask that, and then I have a question, and one more question.
You're asking Doug,
I'm
Krista?
asking Doug just kind of if he's more comfortable with not committing to it, but using it as a document that we now know on an estimate what it would cost us year to year to maintain that property, or are we just saying we're not going to use those figures? I guess I'm wondering what we're doing with the figures.
Well, I don't mind us talking about it as using it as guidance, but I think based on the point that David made earlier, I'm just as comfortable saying to a lessee, we will commit $50,000 a year during your lease term to maintenance, improvement of the property, but above $50,000 a year, it's your responsibility. Because to me, that's as logical as us committing to a 10-year budget at this point based on what's been done.
Okay, and then my other question was to just address what Jim said about the gift of public funds. And I feel I understand what he's saying. And I think there's some rationale for us looking at this, again, like I say, a capital maintenance. If this was an apartment building that we owned over the period of 10 years, we would be replacing certain portions of that apartment building so that it was habitable. We would replace the roof, we would be replacing parking lots, we would be doing certain things to maintain that asset. And that's kind of how I view this. And if we don't do that, then we're not taking care of public property because we're letting it deteriorate. And who is going to, if not us, then who is going to be actually responsible for that? So that I understand the caution about making it look like we're giving away something, but I think given this 10-year schedule, which works out to about $25,000 a year, I think, or something, and the proposed or the recommended lease rate, which pretty much matches that, you could consider, if things went that direction, that the leasee would be covering all the capital maintenance and regular maintenance too, now that Peter has said that those yearly things are in there. But then we have to look at the lease rate, which I think can be modified to reflect the inconveniences and expectations of other public benefits that we want from that farmer. So we might not bring in a break-even cash, net zero cash, but I think we're going to get paid for what we are giving up leasing, and we're going to pay someone back for doing the added benefits that we want.
Sandy, David, Lincoln, and Peter, but I'm also looking at the clock. We've got about 7 minutes until this is supposed to be done, Sandy, and I know we had said you wanted to accept public comment. So not sure what
Right, so
about time frame.
we're gonna stop at 1:50 and take a 10-minute break and then come back at 2 and do public comments.
Okay.
I was going to make the point that Krista made about that basically the lease income should be looked at as, to me, not going into a standard stewardship fund, but a committed fund. Even if it's the same account, it should be kept on a balance sheet as a line item. I would also suggest that that the land bank has a benefit of having a county office on that site. And that amount, there's value in that the land bank should be paying itself for, in my opinion, for leasing that. I don't know if it's $500 a month or whatever it should be, but that amount should fold back in, I think, fold back into maintaining the preserve. And I think we have one year, just about 1 year before turning the farm over to a long-term lessee. And I think that except for the gray areas of the fencing, we need to, the electrical is a must do. It was an emergency years ago. So that needs to be done. Rotted wood, all basic maintenance, so that when we hand this over to a lessee, that's going to minimize a lot of our negotiating. This needs fixed, that needs fixed, and how we're going to go about doing it if we hand it over in a condition that it's up to par and we say you're responsible for maintaining the condition. And I just think that we need that, like Krista said, it's public property and we're required, we've got to maintain it. And there's some deferred maintenance and we have to pay catch up.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, two things. One is, you know, a decision not to sell the farm right now is a de facto decision to be looking at costs in the range of $30,000 a year for the reserve study or more, depending on what really happens. Whether we adopt a budget or not, or how we treat those numbers, that's the reality of what we got. And Sandy just summed up the deferred maintenance picture really nicely. The other thing, and this is really what matters to me about Coffelt, is what Jim was getting into, which is he described it as a gift of public funds. And what I think we really have to do is define our position around this question of we're accepting what seems to be below market rent for a property. We're putting in money to maintain it. We need to be getting something that's clearly defined for the community out of it. And we have to get beyond the question of a gift of public funds or anything of the kind. And I think we've never really tried to do that. And maybe I'm the only one concerned, I'm not sure, but that's really the question I have, is when we get the reserve study, I think it shows $2,800 a month in recommended rent and $30,000 a year in maintenance costs. Any landlord would be able to tell you what they're going to have to charge to do that, and it's more. So I just want to try to get at the answers to that question. How do we justify this? What does the community think of this? What are we doing? I think there's a great answer to it, but we just haven't ever talked about it.
Well, I think we started the conversation, this part of the conversation, talking about public benefits to the ag community. I mean, I think we did have some conversation today about that.
We did, but I really think that it needs to be really clearly spelled out that the community agrees with that. And I think a lot of people do, but we've put ourselves in the position of documenting the cost, which I think was correct. The reserve study says, here's what it's going to cost. Here's what the rent ought to be. And we're not going to get that rent, I don't think.
Okay, we're coming up on 1:50 here. Lincoln and Sandy, you have your hand up, and we're going to need to summarize here where we think we've landed. I'm hoping one of you will do that. I'll try and do my best if you don't. Lincoln.
I just had a quick comment about, it's really more procedural than anything else, that there's been discussion about setting a budget over a 10-year period. That's not really possible for us to do. I think what we're doing here is establishing that the commission has a certain level of comfort going forward and a certain expectation in spending money. But the reality is we set an annual budget. At most, it's biennial, which is what the council does. And the council has final say on what we do. So I just want to try and keep it in that perspective.
Thanks, that's helpful. Sandy?
I just wanted to go back to quickly what Jim and David said. And I think that a key part of perception of an unfair advantage is based around what are we charging for rent. So at some point, so we paid for a study to tell us what fair market rental value is, and we'll be discussing that later. So that's one aspect. Obviously, if we went with a single farmer lease, only one farmer would have that option to pay that rent and work themselves very hard and then also provide public benefits. There's always going to be a handful that are not in agreement. We're not going to get absolute unanimous support. And so we have to go with what the majority support. And that's all I was going to say about that. A lot of it will have to do with how we do the lease rate.
So it's time for a break. Let me try and summarize what I think you've said for the last 30 or 40 minutes. Again, there is some consensus. I don't know that it is unanimous, but I think the vast majority of you said you guys have to do the electrical work. It's a safety issue. It's got to be done. There's a recognition of that need to proceed with that particular capital investment. Where you didn't have quite as much consensus was around the notion of committing to the expenditures that are outlined in the reserve study. But Krista, I think you started the group down a path that I think Doug was more comfortable with. Lincoln said fits better with really what is the mechanics of the budgeting, which is you're not making a commitment to those expenditures, but you are acknowledging that the land bank will invest in capital improvements as part of the owners and stewards of the property. And I acknowledge Jim doesn't agree with that, has concerns about that. But a number of you said that using the report as guidance that there will need to be investments in the coming year around many, if not all of those capital improvements is something that a lot of you said you supported. I think that's what I heard.
John, I think you're characterizing my comments incorrectly.
Okay, please, you'll get the last word here, Jim, and then we'll break.
Well, I don't need the last word. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Please.
Okay, I'm not saying I disagree with the fact that we need to have a safe and, provide a safe environment for our lessee. What I'm saying is, we don't need to be building internal fences and certain structures and things like that. I just think that it's going to be misperceived, no doubt in my mind, that we are putting public funds in the hands of a private farmer. And we need to be adamant about that and not doing it. So I just wanted to clarify that, okay? Because you were saying I just don't agree with these things, and I do agree. We do need to have the electrical done. That's what a normal landowner would do for a lessee. But there are things that a normal landowner would not do for a lessee. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. So let's take a break. It's a little bit shorter, just rather than say we'll come back at 2:03, we'll just come back at 2. All right, Sandy? And then we'll do a public comment. And then we'll have the conversation about the lease and development of the RFP. Thank you all. Quick break.
Public. Thank you for remembering to record. Start with public comments. If you wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand. And I'd like to give, if there's multiple people, give those who haven't spoken yet the opportunity to speak first. All right, so let's see. I got one hand raised, Bruce. Any other hands? Bruce, Kathy.
Let Kathy go first if she like, ladies first.
Okay, all right, Kathy, go ahead.
Hey, Bruce, I was going to say, let Bruce go first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I've been really invested in this meeting today, so thank you all for continuing with it.
I have an observation that during the goals discussion, the single farmer model kept coming up. And I believe that discussion should have been more open. Then during the model discussion, be driven by the goals that were established prior. Then a model would have emerged from that discussion, rather than limit the goals to how it filled a single farmer model, which that seemed to keep coming up. And as a member of the CART committee, we thought of the models as sort of a concept continuum. That is, on one side would be sell the farm, and on the other side, the land bank run the farm. And what could come from that in between. My other concern now is during the investment part is that and during the model part is that the economic viability of the farm was taking precedent over the ecological viability. And so those are some of my concerns just to keep in mind during this next session. Thank you. Stumbling over my words, but anyway, okay. Does that make sense?
Okay,
John? Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Bruce, I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you, Sandy. And so to go along with what Kathy just said, I'm going to make a couple of statements. My first statement and my second statement are based upon the assumption that I'm making them as a farmer. As you all know, through this process, you've become thoroughly aware that farm activity and farm enterprises require infrastructure. And as a farmer and as a potential lessee, if I was going to be one, I would not consider a lease if infrastructure didn't support any potential ag enterprise. Now, why would I say that? Now I'm going to put on my resource conservation planning hat, and I'm going to answer that question in this way. There is a regulatory responsibility for infrastructure that removes resource concerns that have been identified. Otherwise, there is a regulatory backstop that can potentially slap the leaseholder and ultimately the landowner, i.e. the land bank. This has already happened once when the USDA Dairy Division cited Coffelt Farm with a potential water quality violation. That whole process is what led to the comprehensive nutrient management plan that the district did for Coffelt Farm. And in that document, and also in the previous farm management plan done in 2005, we drew out, and it basically said, given the enterprises that are involved in this farm, there is a distinct lack of infrastructure that's going to be required that removes resource concerns, which then protects farming and the resources that we're all concerned with as a community from that regulatory backstop. And the wonderful thing about some of this, and they've already been exposed to this because Coffelt Farm actually got some cost share dollars to do a heavy use area for the now future, or if not already active, dairy goat facility. And those are my comments. Thank you. I really appreciate everything that everybody's saying. It's just wonderful. Great discussion.
Thank you. We have just a few minutes left. I don't see any other public comments, but I did just want to go ahead and give my answer to Kathy's question or concern, and someone else could chime in as well. So I felt that when we were discussing the goals, that there was some discussion about whether or not those goals could be expected of a lessee, but the goals that we set out were to provide food for the community, a welcoming place for the community to go, opportunities for education, and a place for scientific studies, and to protect and enhance soil and water resources, which are actually already addressed in the stewardship management plan. So I see those goals as laid out for whatever model direction. It still leaves all the models open. I think that lays out our expectation of finding a model to fulfill that. So I just wanted to qualify that. And then also point out, I was concerned when I was looking at the reserve study that soils was not included. And but I looked back at Peter's preserve management plan, and he has a budget line item, and I know there's more to be discussed down the road on that, but I just wanted everyone to know that though it's not on the reserve study, it is on an element to get addressed. Did anyone else want to add to what I just said to respond to Bruce or Kathy? Peter?
Just to respond to Bruce, in part, I guess. Bruce, those plans that you referenced are great resources, and they inspired the fencing of the riparian area, which you had recommended in one of them. And so, the stewardship and management plan takes the first step to ensuring all those natural resource protections by setting aside critical areas and protecting them. And I think that we've always, at least I've looked to the future lease and the farm plan that would go with that as kind of the next parts of that, to make sure that we are, meeting all of our regulatory obligations. So.
Okay, I see David there. I'm wondering, I think I should turn this over to John now that we've eased out of public comments. I don't know if you want to call on David. David.
Well, you had asked if any other commissioners had any responses.
David.
So if David does.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead, David.
This is a response to Kathy, who said that she distinguished between the financial viability of the farm and the ecological viability, or the ecological dimension to it. And I totally agree with that on a personal level. I would be looking at the ecological factors here far more than the financial, but in this role as a commissioner representing the citizens of the county, we absolutely have to look at the dollars here. It's just got to be a completely transparent discussion about the money.
It's equal role here for us, ecological and economic.
I don't know if they're equal or not, but I mean, and maybe it doesn't matter, but we have to absolutely make sure we understand the financial part of this.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, John.
All right.
Take it away.
Well, first of all, kudos to all of you for hanging in there for a day-long conversation about, sometimes we're up in the clouds at 60,000 feet and sometimes we're down in the muck at 10 feet. You're doing a fabulous job of this. So just really good work on your part. This last piece that we were going to get into, really getting into some nitty gritty to provide some guidance about the lease, the preparation of an RFP for a leasing, the potential lease process. Before we dig in, Lincoln, you are going to provide sort of some context or overview as a way to help us dive into this conversation.
Well, as much brain capacity as I have left, I'm happy to provide that. I think where I wanted to start with this was just to say there's a lot of detail in this section. So I think it's going to be important to try not to get too lost in every last bit of it. And starting with the setting that lease rate, I'm hoping that we're not going to get into a conversation about whether it should be 28,300 for the year or 28,000 for the year. It's just, it's really, we're talking about, is that about right? Or is that way too much, way too little, that kind of thing. So I'm just hoping for people to kind of focus on that level rather than getting too far into the specifics. And we'll go through these questions, but I just want to keep you focused on that point, so we don't get too far into it. The second thing I wanted to add was about the lease length, because it seems like there are a couple of options here. We've done a short-term lease, and so it's pretty clear that there's a desire to do a longer-term lease, and the issue is how long, really. And there would seem to be really two approaches. One is to do one that goes out to the end of our authorization period, or roughly 5 years.
Lincoln, you're jumping ahead.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm just laying that one out. You want me to stop?
Okay.
Anyway, I'll just
chime back in when we get there.
I'll chime back in when we get to that one.
Okay.
All right. So my words of what Lincoln just said are, we're trying to get a sense here of order of magnitude. Not is the number precisely right, but does it account for things that it should account for? Does it strike a right balance here on this question about some of the benefits, but also some of the constraints or requirements of doing a lease with a public entity? So order of magnitude, we're trying to get your sense about the recommended lease rate. And we've got a couple of questions here that I was going to lump some of them together, I think, Sandy, and to the extent you want to break them apart.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. So that this first question, the lease rate that's proposed is 28,300, or about 283,000 a year. And the question is, are the calculations, the way in which that lease rate was developed, does that seem reasonable to you? And if not, why not? You know, it says, what adjustment would you make? Again, we're not looking for a precise number, but if you've got a concern about how that number was arrived at, we'd like to know that. Then if you skip down to the Roman numeral 4 there, should the commission accept the recommended rent recommendations? The other questions, I think, are really getting at that big question. It's annual rent does not include the tiny house or any other equipment. Should there adjustments be made for that? This notion of the trade-off between a leasee walking into a property that has investment in it, has public goodwill and public knowledge and understanding, but at the same time, they'll have issues of working with a public entity and within public processes and the public access issues. And do those things, the benefit and the challenges, do they balance one another out? Those are two specific questions around, do you think the lease rate is set at the right level? So I'd say we're really looking for the big question here. Do you think it's set at the right level? And if not, why not? If so, tell us that. Doug, you're going to lead us off here. Think you're on mute, Doug. Somehow we're not hearing you.
I don't see his mouth moving. Doug? Oh, it is moved. He is talking.
Tanya, are you with us? Did somehow?
Doug, we can't hear you.
Tanya, did Doug get muted?
No, he's not muted. or at least not on the screen. It's not a Zoom thing.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Faintly,
Yes.
but yes.
Oh. Okay, all that can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all that I was gonna say is we hired this fellow to do what he did, and I don't have the expertise to counter what he did. So I think we ought to accept his calculations as reasonable. And, I don't see any adjustments when you talk about the tiny house. Sandy made the point that we also have our facility on the property, which kind of balances out. So I'm satisfied with the lease rate.
Thank you, Doug. We could hear you. Miles and then Krista.
Yeah, I think the amount seems reasonable to me. If I just look at just the idea of covering our costs, so if our budget of what we'll be putting into it for the next 10 years is around almost 300,000, then to me it seems like our rent, the leasing would pay about that amount for us to recover our costs. Which is this amount of 28,300 a year is very close to that. So I think it's in the right ballpark. I'm very supportive of that. And the way that, if I think about $2,350 a month for a family to live, I mean, some people are just paying that for, the cost of housing, let alone everything else that comes with the farm. So in the market of what's happening in our region right now, it seems like that's a pretty realistic cost and not very unreasonable at all, perhaps low. But I think the other items on the farm that might increase the value and raise the rent, I think those would balance out, and we could do a balance sheet, but I think they would balance out with the services that the leasee is doing for us as the owner that are not monetary. For example, like managing the resources that are there, like soil, like how do you put a value on that? Is that equivalent to what we would be paying our staff? So I think there's a way that base value I think is very reasonable. And if we wanted to tweak it, we could do both a credit system to allow the leasee to, take, if they put in more of their sweat equity to meet our goals, then that value would go down. Or if we invested more than above and beyond, they could pay maybe more. So I think it's adjustable, but I like the base rate.
Okay. You just commenting that you introduced the notion that you're open to some variability depending on benefits received from a leasee.
Correct.
Yeah. Krista.
I would agree with Doug that I have no experience in setting a lease rate, and it kind of speaks back to my opinion about the maintenance schedule. There's a lot of work done to figure out what needed to be done. So as far as the rate itself, I think it's probably, I will say it's fair. But I would say that with a caveat that I think it's fair if you are leasing a property with the infrastructure that was identified, the housing, etc., and the farmer gets to come in and just farm. Take care of the soil, respect the water, but you're leasing a facility to someone who can come in and run their business. And that's, I think, what the rate was based on. And I think it doesn't address the fact that our expectation is that this person is going to be doing public outreach and communication. This person is going to be asked to do public education, potentially farmer education. This person is going to be potentially asked to share the property. I think I'm not comfortable with the base rate. If we're going to put in all those expectations in the RFP, then I think credit has to be given against this rate. It's less attractive. They're sharing a life estate with someone else on the property. that property is coming with a whole bunch of strings attached to it that we want to get our goals accomplished through this farmer. And so I think we set a rate where we allow them to use the property and farm, and then we look at what we're going to actually charge them if they can meet our other expectations and goals. And so, yeah, I'm comfortable with it if we don't ask them to do anything except take care of the soil and the water. But if we have other expectations, I think I would expect some adjustments.
Okay, thanks, Krista. Doug, and this is something we're going to want to hear from everybody about. So if you don't raise your hands, I'll be sure and call on you. Doug?
Yeah, following up on what Krista said, do we have to put a dollar figure on the reduction of rent in the RFP, so everybody knows in advance that if they do X, Y, and Z, the rent, instead of being what is the scheduled rent, is going to be, you know, $1,000 less, $500 less. My question is, where do we do that in the process? Do we do that right up front, or do we do that in further negotiations once the applicant's been chosen?
Hey, Doug, before anybody answers that, implicit in your question is that, when checking this, you agree with the notion that if there are requirements beyond food production and caring for the soil and the water, that lease rate, you would consider reducing the lease rate. Am I correct that you're agreeing with that implicit assumption there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if anybody has a response. I don't know if you want a response now, Doug, or you were asked just something to think about as we develop the lease.
Well, I think it's something we need to think about, and we need to think about the implications if all of a sudden we significantly reduce the rate of the person who has been chosen, will somebody who's not chosen have a complaint because they weren't aware that we were going to reduce it, say, $1,000 a month?
Got it. Brian.
Just to respond to Doug's question, I think that that's definitely part of the negotiation. It depends on what comes back to us in the response to our proposal. So it's totally negotiable, and I don't think we're sure enough now. I think that if we reach consensus on let me call it a base lease rate approximately, that may be subject to addition or reduction by some kind of a balance sheet, credits, as somebody mentioned. But I don't think we're there yet. I think that we need to think more about that. And I think part of it will come out with negotiations with the prospective tenant.
And I'm going to ask you, Brian, the same question I followed up with Doug. So I understand your response, but are you also agreeing with the notion that if a leasee, if a proposer is willing to provide benefits beyond what you sort of view in that base rate, local food production, caring for the land and the water, do you think the lease rate, you would consider reducing the lease rate?
Depends on what benefits we're talking about. And that's why I stressed in the very beginning of our conversation, what things should be required, what things are absolute, and what things are desired options. I think we're talking about the desired options part of it, for which credit might be given. How much credit? Don't know yet.
Yeah, okay. Doug, and then we haven't heard from David or Jim or Sandy. Doug?
I'm going to throw out something that's related. And that is, are we going to consider it a factor in choosing the applicant, whether or not that applicant is willing to do some of these public benefit items? I'm throwing that out to everybody else.
So
It's on the checklist.
yeah, it's on the checklist. On the page of the agenda that lists all of these detailed questions under CI is really gets to that very question, Doug. So let's talk a little more about this lease rate, and then we'll come back to that question. Anybody who hasn't shared their thoughts about this lease rate yet, care to weigh in? Sandy?
I would agree with everything that has been said thus far. I thought the appraiser's methodology was sound and extremely thorough, and I have no reason to doubt his market rate, which is the highest and best use of the property, which would be renting just to a farmer running it, not for a public access and public benefit facility. So I agree that that is valid. And I also agree that we should consider adjustments based on additional public benefits provided that that we have stated in our goals that we would like to provide. I don't think we need to get into the details of how much that would be. I don't think we know, and that's up for a later discussion, but I'm in agreement.
Okay, David?
I thought I commented before, but if I didn't, I do think he probably set the rate about right. And I have no way to come up with anything different.
Great. And Jim, any thoughts about this?
Jim had to step away.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All right. Sandy?
Something that wasn't discussed, but we might want to at some point, would be the idea of a lease rate in part tied to the quantity of animals on the farm. That was one of a few examples that we had seen. And depending on if we are looking at scaling back some areas versus maximizing areas, maximizing use, there seems like there could or should be some flexibility there.
Okay. Well, this is, sorry, Brian, your hand up there. Yeah.
I just wasn't clear what Sandy was just saying. When we talk about the number of animal units, as we say on the farm, as I said earlier, I think that that's an absolute in terms of the upper limit, not negotiable. So if you're talking about cutting back the number of animals beyond that, Sandy, I'm not sure why that would be a credit if that's what you're saying. Not sure I understand you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, there will be some kind of a study that says the land with these inputs can support this amount of use. But that would be, to me, that sets a ceiling of use, like don't exceed this use. But I still feel that I want the option of what if we could reclaim part of what is laid out as being traditionally grazed, let's say in the wetland area, and we were to say, we'd really like to work on plants and, ecology here. And so we want to scale this back and, reduce the amount of usage, then I think that something like that would come into play.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Further scaling back. I just don't think that
Exactly.
there's a trade-off between preservation of ecological values and farming profit.
Krista, and then I'm going to summarize and try and move us along here. Go ahead, Krista.
Okay. So I would just say that I think related to what Brian said about making some of these credits part of negotiation, I think there's some difficulty there with someone making an application to the RFP without having some idea of what the expectation is. Like on the ag policy appendix, the attachment for the checklist they list a whole bunch of community benefits, and you get points if you can say yes to some of these things. But saying yes, community youth engagement, I can say yes, I can have some kids over to my farm. But do we outline in that checklist a minimum expectation of so many education interactions, something that gives each applicant an idea of what is the expectation of the commitment to each of those criteria? So I think there has to be some discussion within whatever group is looking at the RFP that we're able to kind of delineate some of that information so applicants have a good idea of what they might be taking on if they agree to that. And then I think to Sandy's point, I think we have maximums, or there's been some figures thrown around about maximum number of animals, and neither the Coffelts nor the Lums at this point, it sounds like are anywhere near that maximum. So I guess I'm wondering, are we looking at reducing what's currently being done even further? Because that will again impact production for a farmer. If they're not only do they get credit, but they might, depending on how strict we get or how much we tighten it up, may impact whether it's feasible for them to run certain operations on the property. I don't know what scale you're looking at, so I don't know.
Sandy, you want to respond, and then I'll try and summarize there.
I don't have a particular scale, and I don't know, I haven't seen something that says this is the optimum. I feel like there's probably some sweet spot of the right amount of animals and use of the farm that builds onto the farm soil and creation of compost, and there's probably some leeway in there. I just know that, and I don't know what I don't have in my mind what the Coffelts did. I know that currently there's about 67% more animals than when the stewards were there. And I don't have the overall graph that says that's really only 50% of what the recommended is. So somewhere in this process, I guess I would like to have some concise recommendations, and we could look at that as a level of use. My idea being not necessarily that we need to concentrate on the maximum amount, but the healthiest amount.
Peter, I see you have your hand up. This conversation is a little bit askew from the basic question we're asking about lease rate, but do you have a quick response, Peter?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we still have Bruce on the line here, and maybe this isn't the time to talk about it, but we do have the two plans that he referenced earlier, and our hope is that we will work with the Conservation District and come up with, an updated farm plan that provides these kinds of details. So we can push this off.
That's helpful. Yes. Good resources. Thanks to Bruce for providing those. I also, as we're having this meeting, I get, you all don't see all the chats, but I get messages. I just wanted to point out on the point you just made, Krista. Daryl provided a comment that was consistent with your suggestion about that, saying that outlining any additional land bank goals in the RFP and let the applicants include any additional activities that could result in potential rent offsets seems like a fair and transparent way to address that, as opposed to dealing with it after an RFP process. So just point that out. So summarizing, I think pretty much everybody who's weighed in on this has said that the lease study rate seems like a fair baseline rate to you. And also pretty much everybody said you're willing to consider rent offsets for additional public benefits. I think we did some work today. I don't feel as if we pinned to the ground what those additional public benefits would be, but for providing some additional public benefits, you're open to the idea that a leasee would see some reduction in that lease rate. We didn't say how much, we didn't crisply define the public benefits, but I think there's a lot of consensus on those 2 points. So unless I left something out there, I want to move on to the lease term. Lincoln, cue up your earlier comment about lease term.
I know I said something before. What was it? No, I was just saying that we are moving toward a long-term lease, and so the question is how long it's going to be. I think there being a couple of possibilities. One being that kind of 5-year end of authorization period. Is that what we're going for? Or are we interested in doing something longer, perhaps a 10-year lease, recognizing that it's going to carry us into territory where we're not sure what the finances of the land bank look like during that period. It's also possible that we did a 5-year with an option to renew for a longer term. That way we'd know what our situation was at that point in time.
Okay, and others may have other options. Doug, and then Brian, then Sandy.
I think I'm in favor of an initial 10-year term with either party having the option to terminate the lease after the reauthorization vote on a 1-year notice.
Okay. Interesting, Brian.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lincoln's comment just reminded me of something that I forgot to say during the lease rate discussion. I would favor an initial 5-rate term or until reauthorization, whichever. That makes sense to me from a financial and responsibility perspective, and also gives us some time to try it out. But the other comment that I was going to make is that I think the lease rate also depends on the term. And one thing that we haven't discussed is an annual or semi-annual adjustment based on whatever the market is doing. And I think that should be incorporated.
I saw that was in the rate study and suggested using a different indicator than CPI, but at any rate, that was in the study. I saw that too, Brian. Sandy, please.
I just wanted to point out that if I'm doing these numbers right, if the new lease started in 2023, wouldn't that would be a 4-year lease getting us through reauthorization? But so a 5-year lease would take us 1 year past that. Okay.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry,
I was
Sandy.
just going to say that I'm in favor of that, of a 5-year lease to begin.
And I see Miles is next, but I should have asked Sandy and Brian how you feel about Doug's suggestion of a 10-year lease with an option by either party to opt out with a 1-year notice after the reauthorization vote.
I'm open to that. I think I don't know that that provides any more security for a lessee than the 5-year lease, but I'm not sure what that gives us, but maybe Doug can explain why that would be a benefit.
I thought that it would be a benefit in terms of renewal. If you have a good lessee in there and everybody knows that their lease is going to continue as long as there's reauthorization of land bank, I just thought it might be
an incentive.
Extra incentive, yes.
I see. Okay.
Okay, I'll answer that for my part. Just looking at the other end of that perspective, which would be a 5-year lease with an automatic option to renew, might come to about the same thing, and I'm not sure I care. But as long as the option is clear, it also gives us the ability to adjust the rent and renegotiate whatever terms might need to be looked at that time.
Thank you both. Miles and then David.
Yeah, I don't know what the legal constraints are for term length, so I don't know if it's something, if there's a set limit to the length of a lease that the land bank can have, but my personal preference would be nothing short of like 25 years. I think starting something like that, it's really, really common for land trusts that own agricultural properties to do lifetime leases, 99 years. And the reason is that it gives the farmer the confidence that they can do what they want to do. It doesn't mean that they're going to be there for that long, but at least it gives them the confidence that if they're meeting the requirements of the lease agreement, which we will lay out to meet the goals of the property, as long as they're doing those and they're successful, then they don't have to worry about considering reapplying or being removed. And as far as, you know, it's a public process every time that we come up with a new lease. So if we did have a short-term lease of 5 years and we have to go through the whole public process again, have some clause in there about it, that the current leaseholder, if they're meeting the agreements of the lease, have priority, something like that. So I would put it out there to do a long-term lease of at least 25 years.
Thanks, Miles. David and then Krista.
So I recognize that we can't do this, but if we could, I would favor a short-term arrangement, because I think that giving other parties the opportunity to bring their proposals and possibly be the tenant is a desired thing. But from the tenant's perspective, I don't see setting up and trying to undertake what they're doing there with a year or two. So
what would you favor, David?
I mean, if it were the right kind of thing, a 1-year lease, because that gives other people who probably want a shot at this a chance to have a shot. If we do a 5 or a 10-year thing, that locks everybody else out for a long time. And because of this being a kind of a unique situation where somebody's getting a chance to use a really cool property and do a really cool thing, I'd be more comfortable knowing that we were going to be able to give more people opportunities, but I don't think we can.
Okay. Krista, your hand had been up. Did it get taken down on purpose, or?
Yeah, I just figured you get to me.
Okay, all right.
After David.
Krista, and then Charlie, Brian, Sandy.
So I guess I would throw it out there that there will be some consideration given to the successful leasee if it's someone who is new to farming. Do we want to commit to a 10-year lease? I think it's pretty common to do a shorter lease with someone who is new and just trying to get going. If it's an experienced farmer, with some history and proof of productivity, then I would be more in favor of a longer term lease. I think 10 years, I would agree with Doug on a 10-year. I think 5 years is hard. I understand with the renewal might possibly changing that. So I guess I would go along also with his early termination by either party after renewal to see. And so I would favor a 10-year lease with an experienced farmer, a proven farmer, and a shorter term, maybe 4 years, if that gets us to renewal with someone who has less experience.
Okay, Charlie, and then Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a couple of our examples. Pink Sisters, we have a 20-year lease. We're about halfway into it. And there's a renewal process every 5 years, check in. But that lessee has the opportunity to keep going if everything's on track. And then, yeah, we have another 10-year lease, and then many short-term, but context-wise, it's a lot to get going on a farm, especially one as dynamic as Coffelt. So I'd recommend considering a range of options, and maybe instead of looking at a set amount, being open to the range from Miles's perspective to short-term options I think would be really challenging at this point.
Thanks, Charlie. Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear in response to David's comment. And I'm not sure I was clear in what I was proposing, but when I proposed a 5-year lease, I'm really talking just about an initial trial lease. And my idea is that at the end of that period, there would be an automatic option to renew. It would not be advertised openly. After that, it would roll into a 10-year lease or possibly more. That would only be advertised at the end of the long-term lease.
Okay. This is another one where you have multiple ideas on the table, but you've got one of the members so far who's at 1 year and another member who's at 25, and the rest of you are in the 5 to 10 range, and then different ways to deal with that 5 to 10 range. Is it 5 with an option? Is it 10 with an opt-out? Is it 10 with more experience and 4 or 5 with less experience? But you're all in that 5 to 10 range. I don't know if we're going to get further than that today, Sandy or Lincoln, if you want to push any harder on that, or should we move on to the next question?
I think we should move on. Maybe what we can, with the exception of David, I don't think agreeing. I personally think the minimum we should be considering is 5 years, and also from reading literature and recommendations from even Brooke Brower recommended a 10+ year lease, possibly with a 5-year trial period. Everything points to a longer term lease. Yes, it's a benefit for the lessee, but it's a benefit to the investment in the farm. The longer the term is, the more invested the lessee will be. And to your point, David, about giving everybody a chance, we're going to open up the chance and we're going to see what we get next year. It's just not possible to give everybody who would want an opportunity to do it their chance. I mean, it's just not possible. We have to pick what is best for the people of San Juan County.
David?
Yeah, I want to be clear that I support a 5-year term or maybe even 10 years. But I think that if there wasn't a need for somebody to have a long period to make it worthwhile, I would rather go short and give more people more opportunities. But I do support a long term.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification. That's helpful. Okay. So the next question, Doug, you had talked about this a few minutes ago. Krista, you had talked about this earlier in the meeting. So it says that the CART report recommends the following considerations for the RFP and subsequent lease. Talks about demonstrated farming experience, financial viability, ecological sustainability, community benefit, benefit to ag community, cultural education, agricultural education, opportunity for beginning farmers, and requires submittal of a detailed business plan. This, and I apologize again maybe for mixing and matching our very first conversation with this one, but to me, this starts to get at what becomes a requirement in that RFP versus what becomes a benefit that you want to achieve that you may be willing to give some lease rate break for. Maybe to shortcut the conversation here, I've heard you say, some of you say, the demonstrated farming experience, financial viability, ecological sustainability, and soil health, those are sort of the must-haves. I think I've heard most of you say those are the things that you want a successful proposer to have. And then the question of community benefit, ag benefit, education, beginning farmer support, and well, maybe nobody's talked about the detailed business plan, but that's what I've heard so far. So people want to react to that list about what you would really like to say you need to see in the way of a successful proposer from this list, and is there anything missing from the list? So Brian, a thumbs up means what?
Means I agree with your assessment.
So you would put demonstrated farming experience, financial viability, ecological sustainability as successful proposer has to have those. And the others, you've got to have conversation around community benefit, ag benefit, education. What you want to say would you want to achieve and that could result in a lease offset. Okay.
Those would be additional qualifications, sir.
Doug.
Well, I guess I have a question for everybody because we've talked so much about community benefit and ag benefit. Is that a factor that if all things are equal, if somebody has that ability to come in and provide those benefits, that person should be favored in the applicant process? From my standpoint, I think they should, but
I agree.
I'd like to get some feedback on that.
So Brian, Krista, and Sandy either provided a thumbs up or were shaking their head yes. David, do you have, and Miles, do you have reactions to that? Go ahead, Miles, and then Krista, I see you've got your hand up too.
Yeah, I mean, if I think about it as like an announcement for a job opening, they're listed, they have different sections that list this is what's required, that you have to have these skills and here's what's preferred. So I kind of see it as this, and then you rank those candidates based on which one has the most qualifications that you're looking for. So I think it's perfectly fair and reasonable to put in education and demonstrated education and outreach as a preferred trait that we can then include in our assessment for evaluating their ability to be a lessee.
So, okay, Krista and then David. You're on mute, Krista.
I think the ag policy has this Appendix G, which is a sample lease proposal ranking template, which kind of outlines all these these and more criteria that could be used to assess an applicant. They rate currently it's 0 for no if you answer no, 1 for yes, and you get 2 points if it's exceptional. So somehow in here you'd have to get a clear idea of what, when a person says, yes, I can do education, what does that mean? But we have a really good starting point here. It outlines, and it kind of goes in the order of what has been said here. The first portion of the template addresses the financial and the farming experience and farm plans and compatibilities with a lot of the documents that we're using. And then the latter portion can be the ones that are enrichment options, or however you want to categorize them, but they're the ones that we could clearly set them aside as ones that could create an offset in a lease rate. But there's a foundation through this template already. Somebody put some work into that.
Good, thank you. David?
I think we definitely have to try to bring in somebody that can put on a good show. The things that we need, and we have to stress that, and we have to probably be prepared to evaluate different people's applications. I can easily imagine a situation where a number of people are interested and they bring different things, and we're going to have to sort out what seems the best for us.
So Doug, I'm hearing as an answer to your question that the group is suggesting that a proposer who offers some of those benefits, which are not necessarily requirements, but really things you would like to achieve, will be ranked higher. And in addition to that, there is the potential for some lease offsets. I'm hearing the group say both of those things are possible with benefits that a proposer would provide.
Yeah, I think that I'm approaching it just a little bit different.
Okay.
I've got this Appendix G in front of me that Krista mentioned, but the rankings kind of put everything in the same category. And so what I'm trying to get at is, are we looking at these public benefits and the agricultural benefits? Are we looking at that at a little higher level than some of the other things? And they're ranked 0, 1, 2, which doesn't really put any special emphasis on them. So I think that's what I was trying to get at is to me, we've talked a lot about them during the day, and it seems to me that they might belong in a higher place and just listed with the rest of them.
Gotcha. Krista?
I would say on that, I would agree. I just think the template's good. It's got all the bullet points on there, but I think if someone's answering yes to any of these, I think we should be requiring some kind of confirmation of that, what they mean by yes. So they'd be submitting supporting documents or experience or something related to that. And we can reorder these and however, but I think all the items are there. And then I just want to express, I know we're going to wind up here, but the question of financial viability, I'm just kind of wondering, and I'm just going to throw it out there. I think we really need to know that they can pay their rate, their rent, but I don't know. And I think I don't know, a sound business plan, I think is appropriate, or we need to know what their operation is going to look like, have a sense so that we know what's happening on the farm. But I'm not sure how much detail in their financial situation that we should ask for. And I'm not saying we shouldn't ask, and I'm not saying we should, but I'm just not sure about how much detail we're entitled to there. If we know that they can pay their bills to us and take care of whatever maintenance, basic maintenance we think they should be responsible for. Having them submit a financial document, is it coming to us for our approval? I don't think that's appropriate. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. That's been rolling around the back of my head, trying to figure out that.
Sandy?
So I think some of these finer details should be worked out with the lease committee, which was our next step in forming who's going to move forward and working on the details.
Just on the, good, that's a nice transition, thank you. I just want to put Krista's comment together with Doug, because what I was hearing Krista, Doug suggesting is that list in Appendix G may be a good list, but he was suggesting when that committee comes together, a little different weighting than maybe what's in that appendix, based on the conversation that you've had today about the importance of community benefits and benefits to the ag community. Doug, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. All right, so thank you, Sandy, for moving us to our last topic here, which is, I came in to listen to some of the discussion this morning about the ag policies, and I heard that there was a lot of discussion about this notion of an advisory committee. So I'm not sure if this question about establishing an advisory committee is one that we can talk much about now, given your earlier discussion this morning, Sandy.
Well, I think we need to select from this group here, and decide who from the land bank is forming this lease committee to work on the RFP, work on the scoring system and all of those details, and then bring something back to the commission to review. So I think first we talk about who from this group, and then we discuss about potentially who else we would want to submit, get some input from.
Great, thank you for framing that. So we have volunteers. Are there some of you who would like to be involved in creating that RFP? Charlie, Peter is raising his hand. Charlie, do you have a comment, or you're raising your hand to say you want to be involved?
Yep, just a hand up.
Okay, and commissioners? Do we have commissioners who would like to be engaged in that? Brian?
Kind of.
Krista was a kind of, so that in the world of, I was going to say, in the world of board volunteering, that's all in. And Brian, you're willing and in?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And David, did I see you raising a hand? Fabulous. Fabulous.
I think
we have one from each island. Good.
Yeah, we have a commissioner from each district. And I think that Doug has said he would also be of counsel.
That is correct. I'm willing to, still give feedback and help in terms of drafting. I've
appreciate that.
Done a few of those.
Great. So you've got a good group, Sandy, with staff and board volunteering.
Awesome.
That's great. And then the second thing you asked, mine
Would there,
is mush.
are there
others from outside? Yeah.
Who else from the outside? They wouldn't actually, that we would want to solicit input from, and maybe Charlie might be the one to start off and give some ideas on that.
Yeah, sure. I've chatted with Bruce, and he's willing to participate on some capacity, as far as we've discussed kind of updating, taking those farm plans from the past and outlining some, I guess, farm plan prerequisites for proposals, and potentially helping assess and review proposals coming in and how those fit with the property and resources. We can certainly reach out to Brooke Brower. Faith, he has participated in the past, so some examples.
Did you have a question, Sandy, about that before
I
we
was
go to
going to
Brian?
say, Brooke is here and I was wondering if he could give his thumbs up if he was willing to be a resource in this. The other thing that was suggested, and I just want to make a note so that it doesn't get overlooked, is that at some point, Sydney Coffelt should, not necessarily be part of a committee that meets, but she's there sharing, will be there sharing the property with whoever is there for many years to come. And so I think it will be important at some point in the process to involve her.
Yeah, good idea. Brian?
I was just going to suggest that I think the outside advisory committee is a second stage that we should select when and if we need some particular advice or possibly to review the lease once we've formulated. I am not interested in being a part of a large committee that's going to be very involved in meeting. I think we need to get this done. I think that the committee needs to decide on the parameters and staff needs to write the RFP.
Also, I've received a message from Daryl Duke. It says if community members could help out on the lease/RFP committee, I'd definitely be willing to volunteer. David?
I agree completely with Brian that we should try to keep this pretty streamlined and that we could easily do the RFP with staff and a couple commissioners. And maybe if we get complex responses, we could involve others in looking at them with us.
Okay, Sandy, before you jump in, I also received a message from Brooke Brower. Sorry, Brooke. Sorry, can't get off mute at the moment, but willing to provide input if requested in my role with WSU.
Great. I was just going to comment earlier on, someone had mentioned possibly we might want to have a member of the farming community, etc. And I think that that poses a potential conflict of interest, and that we should keep the process as free from conflict of interest. Let's just say, try to keep it as objective as possible. So I'd be not in favor of that necessarily.
Sorry, did somebody have a comment about that?
That was me. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I was like, interesting. So since I was caught doing that, let me clarify that. I think that would be an interesting, I think that is appropriate if the person, any farmer with farming experience is asked to serve on that committee. It would be with the agreement that they would not be applying through the RFP, I guess. And then I guess I'd have to kind of consider what other conflict of interest might be there. So it was just a,
Okay. Also just got a note that Daryl Duke says, I am not a farmer. So just passing that along. Okay. I think, Sandy, you were going to talk about next steps in the 5 minutes that we have left. If your brain is anything like mine, it's hard to put one sentence together now.
I just have to say, I think that we stayed pretty well on task and achieved our objectives. Thank you, John, for facilitating and steering us and keeping this on track. There's some areas that we didn't quite agree upon, but I think that we have a pretty general understanding of where we're going and what the next steps are. The next steps being the 3 commissioners who just volunteered to be part of the lease committee will work with Peter and Charlie on drafting an RFP that hopefully, my understanding is we would have that in time for the January meeting. Our next meeting is Friday, January 21st, I believe. So I think that's all. Anyone have anything else to add?
Well, yeah, questions, Andy.
Yes.
Since the RFP and ultimately the lease will be dependent on our consensus here, how soon can we have a write-up of this meeting?
I'm looking over my shoulder. A write-up, like just a summary of what was discussed.
Right.
Well, we'll
I
have to
guess-
talk about that next week.
You have to talk about it tomorrow if we.
Brian, you could just rewatch the 6-hour video.
Yes.
No, I don't think so. But I assume that we will get, as usual, some notes from John and also probably from Aaron.
I have been taking some notes. I am hopeful that Tanya or someone else has also been taking some notes, because I'm not sure I have as thorough a set as I do when I have a whiteboard in front of me, but I have some notes just that I can summarize.
Okay, thank you.
I do too.
Krista. You had your hand raised?
Yeah, only, yes. And just to acknowledge that I think this was so super productive. I don't know if it was for everybody else. I think it was great. This took a lot of information and just going through all the documents and trying to get up to speed. I mentioned at the start of the meeting that I felt like I was going in for a final exam and I was just hoping I could retain all the information until I got through the test. But I think this was a very productive meeting, and I so appreciate working with this commission and the staff and the people in the community, people who show up for these meetings. We really needed to do this, and we don't have any vote necessarily, but I think we have a consensus on a lot of the important items that we can now move forward with. But I'm just super grateful that we did it and that John was here to guide us. He's so awesome in his gentle but firm manner. Yeah, so the only thing missing was actually being able to sit around at lunch and visit with people. So I do miss that, but.
Great. Yes, thank you to all commissioners and staff for hanging in, and members of the public as well. Any closing? I see that, Tanya. Lincoln, do you have any closing remarks?
No, I thought this was really great. It was extremely helpful. I'm amazed that members of the public stuck through this whole thing, frankly. And commissioners stayed right on task. Very, very impressive. Really appreciate it. And Sandy, very much appreciate your leadership in pulling a lot of this together. That was a Herculean effort.
It has been. I'm going to go collapse. Yeah.
Thanks to John, and congratulations to you all on roping Doug Strandberg into a continuing role.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
And thank you, Sandy, for all of your work on this.
Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you all. And happy holidays, everybody.
Yes, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
We're right at 3:15. We have to get off right now so we can say it was right on time. That was great. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Have a good, safe holiday.
Bye.
Bye.